Wrap it up, buddies. Gotta finish this bullshit today. Pulmonary ventilation. Let's lock this shit in. Finish it in a bit. Respiration, process of O2 delivery and CO2 removal. Four main functions: pulmonary ventilation, the inflow and outflow of air between the atmosphere and alveoli, diffusion of gases, gas transport, neural and chemical control. Talk about pressures.
Elastic stacks, if not held open, they collapse and expel air.
They're attached only at the hilum. Otherwise, they float in the thoracic cavity. Their expansion collapse depends upon the pressures generated across the pleural space and alveoli. Pleural pressure. Pressure in the thin fluid layer between the lung the pressure in the thin fluid layer normally is slightly negative due to continuous lymphatic drainage of the fluid. At rest, beginning of inspiration, enough to keep lungs expanded. So the pleural pressure becomes 0, the lungs collapse. What happens if pleural pressure becomes 0? Pneumothorax, yep. Would be negative 7.5. Okay, it's the pressure between the pleural lung pleura, pulmonary pleura, lung pleura, and chest wall pleura. Well, negative because of suction. Okay. Alveolar pressure, the pressure inside the alveoli relative to the atmosphere. Expiration. Okay, so the alveolar pressure is the pressure inside of the alveoli relative to the atmospheric pressure. So during inspiration, it has to become negative so the air can rush in, and during expiration, it has to be positive so the air can rush out. So it's -1, +1. The pleural pressure is the pressure between the lung pleura and the chest pleura, right? Chest wall pleura, right? And usually this is -5 at normal, at rest. Because of the suction of the lymphatics. So if suction will cause a negative pressure. This keeps the lungs expanded, prevents it from collapsing. And during inspiration, since it expands even more, there's more suction, you could say, the pleural pressure becomes even more negative, going to -7.5. If the pleural pressure for some reason becomes 0, there's pneumothorax, immediate collapse of the lungs. Now, transpulmonary pressure is the difference between the alveolar pressure and pleural pressure. Alveolar pressure minus pleural pressure is a transpulmonary pressure. So during inspiration is -1 minus 7.5, so probably 6.5. Elastic recoil pressure of the lung, force tending to collapse the lungs at any instant. Alveolar, I can memorize it if I want to understand it. The alveolar pressure. Lung elasticity and compliance. Let's read it from Gaiden. The pressure difference between that of the alveolar pressure. So inspiration becomes transpulmonary pressure. Pressure difference between the alveoli and that on the outer surface of the lung. There's a measure of elastic forces in the lung that tend to collapse the lung each instant respiration. Honestly, it's not well explained anywhere, but sure, I'll just memorize it. So the transpulmonary pressure is the pressure. It's the alveolar pressure minus the pleural pressure, and it's basically the pressure which wants to collapse the lung at any instant, called the recoil pressure. Probably a high, low compliance will probably have more transpulmonary pressure, I'm guessing. Let's see. Compliance is the measure of how easily lungs expand with changes in transpulmonary pressure. It's the change in lung volume per unit change in volume. In transpulmonary pressure. The extent to which the lungs will expand for each unit increase in transpulmonary pressure. (200 ml) as long as it's on. Pressure, volume. Lung compliance, elastic forces. What determines the lung compliance? Elastic tissue, elastic force due to elastin and collagen fiber improvement in lung parenchyma. Corrected. Inspiration from restricted. Fluid air interference inside alveoli creates surface tension. Fluid air interference inside. Surface tension forces of alveolar lining fluid air interface. Surface tension pulls alveoli invert, promoting collapse. Transfer. The surface tension. The lung compliance, it's the tissue elastic force and the surface tension of the fluid. Both of these, so the surface tension and the tissue elastic forces both tend to collapse the alveoli. So the okay, sure. Surfactant. Pressure equals. The alveoli is open is 2 times surface tension over the alveoli. The smaller the radius, greater the risk of collapse. Ah, makes sense. Laplace's law. 2 times tension over. Type 2 pneumocytes. Diphosphatidylcholine. Surfactant molecules spread across the alveolar fluid lining, disrupting hydrogen bonding of water, reducing the surface tension, reducing the collapsing pressure, increasing the lung compliance, preventing alveoli from collapsing one to another, reduces the work of breathing. Yeah, makes sense. We'll do that. Without surfactants, small alveolar collapse. So, surfactant released by type 2 pneumocytes made of phospholipids and dipalmityl phosphatidylcholine, protein ions, choline, and this interacts with disrupting the hydrogen bonding of water, reducing the surfactant, reducing the surface tension, increasing the compliance. Neonatal respiratory distress syndrome (RDS). Surfactant production begins at 24 to 28 weeks of gestation. Adequate levels by 35 weeks. Premature infants, surfactant deficiency, alveolar collapse, lactases, low compliance, hypoxemia, dyspnea, cyanosis. Maternal glucocorticoids before preterm delivery stimulate surfactant synthesis. Both natal admission. Okay. Lungs of the lung plus thoracic cage. Combined lungs alone 200 ml. Lungs for thoracic cage 110 ml per transport. 110. And lungs and equilibrium. Pulmonary ventilation. Breathing requires energy expenditure because it respiratory muscle from various resistances. Breathing requires energy expenditure because the respiratory muscles must overcome various resistances. Work of breathing is the effort needed to inspire air to the lungs. Compliance or elastic work. Tissue resistance. Air resistance. Expand the lung against their elastic recoil. Dominant and restrictive lung diseases. Tissue resistance to overcome viscosity of the lung. Compliance work increases. Okay. Pulmonary volumes and capacities. Yes. Where's that graph? Yep, this graph is perfect to explain it, Loki. It makes sense completely. There's 4 volumes. There's tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, and residual volume. Yes. Tidal volume is a volume inspired or expired during normal quiet breathing. It's 500 ml. Inspiratory reserve volume is the extra amount of air inspired above tidal volume with maximum inspiration. We just do tidal expiration, then forced inspiration. That's the inspiratory reserve volume. The extra amount of air, make sure. Extra amount of air, so we have to subtract the tidal volume from it. Normally this is 3000 ml. Expiratory extra amount of volume that can be forcefully expired after normal tidal expiration. (1,100 ml). So the inspiratory reserve is 3000 ml. No one cares about the inspiratory volume of women, I think. Expiratory is 1100 and residual volume is 1200 ml. Volume remaining in the lungs after maximum expiration prevents alveolar collapse and continuous gas exchange 1200 ml. We have 4 volumes. We have the tidal volume. Tidal volume is the amount of air, okay. And this is 500 ml. We have inspiratory reserve, extra amount of air, 3000 ml. We have expiratory reserve volume, which is 1100 ml. And the residual volume, which is 1200 ml. And we've got 4 capacities which come from here. Are combinations of 2 or more volumes. Oh my goodness. Hello? Yeah. I'm gonna be back. I gotta get the groceries real quick. Oh, we're back. Continue. Vital capacity, functional residual capacity, total lung capacity, matter reserve volume, residual volume, tidal volume. Just makes sense, honestly. 5800 ml. Once we can is only total lung capacity, functional residual capacity, and volume. Read the spirometer containing known helium volume. Since helium does not diffuse across alveoli. Okay. Got some beer. Alright. Minute respiratory volume. The total volume of new air entering respiratory passage per minute. Tidal volume times respiratory rate. 500 times 12. 6. What's a normal respiratory rate? I think it's 12 to 20, right? Normal respiratory rate. 12 and 20 breaths a minute, right? Yeah. The tidal volume of new air entering respiratory passage per minute. Its tidal volume times respiratory rate. 500 times 6 liters in a minute. Alveolar ventilation is the air that fills the conducting passages and does not participate in gas exchange. This makes up the dead space, doesn't it? Oh no, alveolar ventilation is the rate of change at alveoli. The effective ventilation. It's basically the air which is actually participating in the gas exchange. Right? Because all of the air that enters, all of the tidal volume, not all of it participates in the gas exchange. Some of it is also in the dead space. And the dead space is the air that fills the conducting passages and does not participate in the gas exchange. That's around 150 ml. Anatomical dead space, volume of conducting airways. Physiological dead space, let's search it up a bit more. Physiological dead space. It's the place that got ventilated but not perfused. Total volume of air per breath that is not participating in gas exchange. Oh, so the physiological, it's the anatomical dead space, which is the conducting passage, plus the alveolar dead space, the alveoli that are ventilated but not perfused. Is that like the zones, related to the zones, I believe? The volume of air in alveoli that are ventilated but not perfused with blood, which can occur in addition to ventilation, perfuse and mismatches. I'd like to know a bit more about the alveolar dead space. Volume of air in the alveoli that are ventilated but not perfused with blood. Why would this happen though? Like a pulmonary embolism? Oh. Oh, so there is ventilation, but there's no perfusion because there's no blood flow. Perfusion depends on blood flow, right? Ventilation depends on just breathing itself, you know, like the conducting passages, you could say. Okay. The physiological dead space is the alveolar dead space plus the anatomical dead space. And then the alveolar ventilation is the actual amount of air participating in the gas exchange. Um, it's the tidal volume minus the dead space times the rate. So around 4,200 ml per minute. Makes sense, honestly. Passes the bronchi, bronchioles, alveoli. Frank collapse. No cartilage. Important site for resistance regulation. Cross-sectional area increases airflow velocity. Proposed gas exchange. In disease, small bronchioles become major resistance sites because easily obstructed by edema, mucus, high smooth muscle. Let me just look at the nerve supply for each part of pleura. Visceral pleura by the autonomic nervous system. Autonomic nervous system. Parietal pleura. We've got four: costal, cervical, mediastinal, diaphragmatic. Diaphragmatic by the phrenic nerve. Mediastinal is also phrenic nerve. Cervical and costal by the intercostal nerves. Okay, makes sense. Vagus nerve. I mean, factors. Cilia beat upward, move mucus. Okay, yeah, done. Irritation of bronchi, afferents, vagus nerve, medulla sequence. We've got deep inspiration. Deep inspiration, glottis closure, forceful contraction of expiring motion. Increases the intrathecal, constantly opens. Rapid inspiration. Deep inspiration, glottis closure, forceful contraction. I'm in cuff. I can just act it out. My glottis closes. There's deep expiration, contraction of the abdominal muscles. And sudden glottis open and the air rushes out. Velocity. Oh man, hell no, we gotta do the nose now? Are you serious? Vocalization, phonation. I don't know if it's that important, but let's just do it real quick. Air warmth and near body temperature. Mucosal surfaces. Vocalization. You just started? Huzafa or Kono? Who's Min? Oh my days, man. Who is this guy? एक लफ्ज नहीं पढ़ा अच्छी बात है यार अच्छा हाँ हुज़ैफ़ा हो तुम आई एम कुक्ड ना you're not cooked भाई इतना मुश्किल नहीं है बल्कि हाँ ऐसे थोड़ा कुक्ड हो कुक तो हो ऐसे एनाटॉमी बहुत है कल मैंने खाली ग्रोथ ख़त्म किया 5 घंटे में आज मैं अभी फिजियो कर रहा हूँ और उसके बाद मैं करूँगा बायोकेम फिर एम्ब्रियो हाउ विल आई डू एवरीथिंग यार देखो कोशिश करो फिजियो 3 घंटे में ख़त्म कर लो इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक्स कर लो फिजियो के इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक्स कौन से हैं खुद भूल गया एक तो ये पल्मोनरी वेंटिलेशन वाला इंपॉर्टेंट है कैपेसिटी सारा एक तो उसके रेगुलेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है और वो ऑक्सीजन और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का ट्रांसपोर्ट वो इंपॉर्टेंट है और वो तो बायोकेम से भी रिलेटेड है तुम एक बायोकेम पढ़ोगे तुम्हारा ये दूसरा भी हो जाएगा और फिर जो क्या है When 1.6 GPA starts giving advice सही बात है जेन्युइन यार देखो कम से कम फेल तो नहीं होता ना मैं एक दिन में 2 दिन में पढ़ के पास हो जाता हूँ यही बात है ओके भूल नहीं रहा चलो भाई पल्मोनरी सर्कुलेशन करते हैं चलिए मैं क्यों पढ़ूँ मेडिकल गेट, मेरे पास टाइम है, मैं पागल हूँ मेडिकल गेट से पढ़ूँ, आई हैव टाइम। डम एस ब्रो, डू योर ओन शिट मंकी लुकिंग एस। भाई मैं गाइडन नहीं खोल रहा, मैं गाइडन खाली डायग्राम्स के लिए खोल रहा हूँ। यहाँ मेरा चैट जीपीटी खुला है, उसकी रिव्यू सारी समरी पड़ी है, मैं चैट जीपीटी से पढ़ता हूँ। मैं बुक्स जो है खाली डायग्राम्स के लिए यूज़ करता हूँ या टेबल्स के लिए। गुरीला अच्छा क्रोकोडाइल है, इसमें हंसी नहीं है लेकिन चलो। Beer, let's drink beer guys. Oh my god, I'm such a haram boy. Dumbass. Sure, the lungs are unique. You know why the lungs are unique? We've got pulmonary circulation and bronchial circulation. ठीक है, pulmonary circulation में low pressure है, high flow होता है, deliver करता है venous blood from right ventricle. ठीक है, bronchial है high pressure low flow. high pressure क्यों है ये भला मुझे क्या पता, पर ऐसे की वजह से आता है इसलिए high pressure है। हाँ। Supplies the bronchi, connective tissue, supporting structures of lung. अच्छा चलो ये बताओ, अगर इतने smart और genius Mr. Man, which vessels supply the area, the connective tissue between the bronchiopulmonary segments? Which veins drain that? हाँ क्या भाग गए तुम? जोन 3 पैथोलॉजिकल होता है, अभी मैं उस पर पहुंचा नहीं है लेकिन मुझे जो याद था पहले, जोन 3 पैथोलॉजिकल है, उसमें वेंटिलेशन होती है लेकिन परफ्यूजन नहीं होती। पल्मोनरी वेन, एक्सलेंट एक्सलेंट बेटा एक्सलेंट गुड जॉब बेटा। प्लीज डोंट स्टैंड एट द बैक, नॉट स्टैंड एट द बैक। जोन 3 पैथोलॉजिकल नहीं है, जोन 1 पैथोलॉजिकल है। उल्टा बोल दिया मैंने, उल्टा बोल दिया ना मैंने। चलो कोई नहीं, उल्टा बोल दिया, रोड़ा बंद करो। हाँ उल्टा बोल दिया। जोन 1 फिर पैथोलॉजिकल होगा, इधर ही इस चैप्टर में है ना जोन्स, फिर है ना। हाँ जोन 1 to 3, हाँ 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 उल्टा बोल दिया, अब तुम्हें उल्टा करूँगा यार हुसैन को बोलो अपनी दाढ़ी रख ले प्लीज, ही इज लुकिंग वेरी क्वेश्चनेबल मैन। अब मैं पढ़ूँगा, पढ़ो यार, साथ साथ ही ना ये बैकग्राउंड में स्ट्रीम ऑन रखो और म्यूट पे चला दो, हैं जी मेरे भाई हो ना, इतने अच्छे भाई हो, म्यूट पे करके चला दो बस। थैंक यू बेस्ट फ्रेंड Lymphatics. Lymphatics begin near the terminal. यार लिम्फ को नहीं, ये सवाल नहीं आना, मैं उल्टे पुल्टे सवाल क्यों कर रहा हूँ मैं, आना ही नहीं, उसको पढ़ने का क्या फ़ायदा। ओमेदेतो गोजाइमासु। Listen though. फेमरल ट्रायंगल की बाउंड्री कंट्री पता है, फेमरल हर्निया पता है, बाउंड्रीज ऑफ द ओपनिंग पता है, फेमरल शीथ फॉर्मेशन, कॉमन पेरोनियल नर्व, फिर लैटरली जाती है सुसन डीप एंड बियर। blood flow is essentially equal to cardiac output. When alveolar PO2 falls below normal, pulmonary arterioles constrict. Hypoxic pulmonary vasoconstriction. Increased vascular resistance in hypoxic regions, diverting blood to areas with high oxygen levels, which is opposite to systemic circulation. Yeah. Increased sensitivity to vasoconstrictors, endothelial act. Decreased release of vasodilators. Hypoxic. Between the top and the bottom of the lungs. In the upright adult, the vertical height of the lung corresponds to a hydrostatic pressure. Between the top and bottom of the lung. In the upright adult, the vertical height corresponds to hydrostatic pressure. Lower. Not uniform. Perfusion at the base is around 5 times greater than at the apex. Zones of pulmonary blood flow. Allah Hafiz. Between the pulmonary arterial pressure, pulmonary alveolar pressure, alveolar pressure, pulmonary venous, left atrial pressure. Zone of flow. Alveolar pressure, arteriolar, and alveolar pressure, and venous pressure. Pressure exceeds arterial during the whole cardiac cycle. Vessels collapse, and there is no flow. It occurs only in abnormal conditions. Severe blood loss, positive pressure. Zone 2. Zone perfusion is intermittent. Intermittent flow. So the alveolar pressure is more than the arterial pressure is more than the alveolar pressure. But it's but then the alveolar pressure is more than the venous pressure. So in systole there's flow, but diastole there's no flow. Seen in the lung apex upright person at rest. Zone 2. Continuous flow. There's the cardiac cycle because the vascular pressure always exceeds on a lung basis throughout the supine. And throughout the lung in the supine position. सारा zone 3 हो जाएगा. During exercise, increased pulmonary pressure converts more of the lung into zone 3. Perfusion distribution. More capillaries are recruited. Existing capillaries distend, increase the flow. No. Pulmonary arterial and capillary pressures. Fully. Safety margin. Starting forces. Capillary hydrostatic pressure. Is this 7? Oh.
Capillary hydrostatic pressure is just 7.
Plasma colloid is 28. Interstitial colloid is 14. Negative 8. There's makes a net filter.
This 14 makes 24.
So the capillary hydrostatic is 7. The interstitial colloid osmotic is 14. The interstitial hydrostatic is negative 8, and that's 28. Net filtration. This fluid is removed by pulmonary lymphatics, preventing alveolar flooding. Suction. This helps the pleural pressure. Alveolar pressure. Transpulmonary pressure. Alveolar minus. elimination of fluid interstitials of the alveoli and the lungs. It occurs when the normal protective mechanisms. The most common cause of increase in pulmonary capillary hydrostatic pressure due to left heart failure or mitral valve disease. Increase in left atrial pressure, in turn pulmonary capillary pressure. Other includes increased capillary permeability, toxin infection, reduced plasma colloid osmotic pressure, hypoproteinemia, and impaired lymphatic drainage. Negative interstitial pressure. How much ml of fluid in 10 to 20 ml. Pleural effusion. Increase capillary pressure. Reduce. Next chapter, please. Done with. Zone 3 is when the arterial and venous more than the alveolar. Okay. Third chapter. We finished 2 in an hour, didn't we? Because I started 10:20. W's. CO2 is highly soluble. Partial pressure equals concentration of dissolved gas over the solubility coefficient. It is much more soluble in the concentration of CO2 with much lower partial pressure. Why CO2 gases diffuse so rapidly despite lower partial pressure. Gas exchange between alveolar air and pulmonary. The gaseous phase in alveoli and the aqueous phase in PCO2 blood, PO2 in blood. It is humidified by water vapor in the mucous lining. The partial pressure of this water vapor, called the vapor pressure, pressure in alveoli, dilutes the particles of other gases. And by the time Dalton's law, Fick's law. What's the difference between solid diffusion? Move from higher partial pressure to lower pressure. When gases diffuse through liquids, the rate of diffusion depends on the pressure gradient. Molecules move from higher partial pressure to lower. Okay. Rate of diffusion is directly proportional to the partial pressure times the area, surface area available, solubility. Divided by distance and molecular weight. So the rate of diffusion is directly proportional to the partial pressure, surface area, and solubility. As rate of diffusion is directly proportional to the partial pressure across the membrane, total surface area available for diffusion, and partial pressure, total surface area, and the solubility, or the density and molecular weight. So the rate of diffusion is directly proportional to the partial pressure across the membrane, to the surface area available for diffusion, and for the solubility of the gas. The more the solubility, okay. And it's inversely proportional to the density, to the distance, molecular weight of the gas, membrane thickness, molecular weight. You just only 5 because it's a much higher solubility. Okay. This is Fick's law of diffusion.
Well, now, that was quite a speech. Oh, I'm sorry if I bored you. Bored me? No, quite the opposite.
Let's just revise the lung volumes and capacities real quick. Now, the first 4 lung volumes, the capacities are just the lung volumes added on straight together. The 4 lung volumes that we have the tidal volume is the normal amount of air which is inhaled or exhaled, is 500 ml. We have the inspiratory reserve volume, is the forced. It's the total amount of air that enters the lung after forced inspiration, just that. And the expiratory reserve volume, total amount of air exhaled after normal tidal expiration. And then we have the residual volume, the amount of air that remains in the lungs after forced expiration. That's 1200 ml. Expiratory reserve volume is 1100 ml. Inspiratory reserve volume is around 3000 ml. And tidal volume is 500 ml. Now, going to the capacities, first of all, we have the inspiratory capacity. It's the tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. So that would be around 3500 ml. And then we have the functional residual capacity. This is the amount of air. This cannot be measured in the spirometer because it contains residual volume and expiratory reserve volume. Okay, these two added together. So that would be what, like 1200, 2300-ish? I believe 2300. Yeah, 2300 makes sense. And then after that we have the vital capacity. Vital capacity is the total, basically the amount of total amount of the lungs air of the lungs can have after complete forced expiration, after forced inspiration. So that it's inspiratory capacity plus expiratory reserve volume, or you could say inspiratory reserve volume plus expiratory reserve volume plus tidal volume gives us a vital capacity. And then total lung capacity is just that plus the residual volume as well. Oh. Anyways, coming back to this one. Hyperventilation decreases PCO2. Let's come to the respiratory membrane. Here you go. Alveolar epithelium, surfactant layer, alveolar epithelium, epithelial basement membrane, interstitial space, surfactant, alveolar epithelium, epithelial basement membrane, thin interstitial space between the alveolar epithelium and capillary membrane, capillary basement membrane to the epithelial basement membrane, the capillary endothelial membrane. Let's mix that up. It's no longer where gas exchange occurs. Acinus, respiratory bronchial, alveolar ducts, alveolar sacs.
It's a respiratory unit made of that. Bronchial segment is.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Alveolar, multiple layers. 6 layers. Surfactant, alveolar epithelium, alveolar basement membrane, interstitial fluid separating the alveolar membrane and capillary membrane, basement membrane of capillary, epithelial membrane, epithelial, endothelial membrane. Combined with thinness allows for rapid safety factor. Diffusion rate. The rate of diffusion is directly proportional to 1. The partial pressure of the gases across the membrane. 2. The solubility of the gas. 3. The total surface area available for diffusion. Okay, and then the rate of diffusion is all inversely proportional to the distance or the thickness of the membrane and the root of the molecular weight. The heavier a gas is, the slower the rate of diffusion is going to be. It just makes sense, bro. This chapter is kind of easy. So pulmonary fibrosis or edema increase the thickness, decrease the diffusion. Emphysema, emphysema decrease the surface area, decrease the diffusion. Of a gas represents the volume. How long is this? I'm gonna take a 10-minute break after this chapter. If I finish it in 9 minutes, that is. The diffusing capacity of a gas represents the volume of gas that will diffuse through the respiratory membrane each minute for a partial pressure difference of 1 millimeter mercury. The diffusion capacity of a gas represents the volume of gas. Diffusing capacity is the volume of gas that will diffuse through the respiratory membrane each minute for a partial pressure difference of 1 millimeter mercury. In other words, it measures the efficiency of the alveolar capillary membrane. Gosh, okay. efficiency. This is not coming. Carbon monoxide message. Use pulmonary capillary PCO. Pulmonary benefit. Solution perfusion. Equals 0 means there's no ventilation. There's no ventilation, but perfusion is normal. The perfusion here, but ventilation only. That's usually fun zone 1, right? Oh, amazing. Alveolar gas pressure is equilibrium with mix of. Perfusion is absent, but ventilation is normal. This is called dead space ventilation, as alveoli are ventilated but not perfused. Okay. Shunt dead space. It's 0.8. Ventilation is too low. That is unprecedented. Under oxygenated. Is below normal. Below normal, that means the ventilation is less. Isn't shunt? Isn't a shunt? That's dead space. Giant is not visible. Insulation is more. What did you have? Perfusion come with ventilation ज़्यादा है. There's a dead space. In chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, gonna decrease the ventilation. So decrease ventilation.
Make it a shunt.
Right, time for a 10-minute break. I've done 3 chapters in 1.5 hours. Okay, that's quite nice. Although the next few chapters I feel like they're a bit more dense. We could do it quite quick. 10-minute break right now. We'll come back and finish the rest of the 3 chapters. A 10-minute timer. Countdown. We back. Where's this bullshit? Okay. CO2 104 pulmonary venous 14. When oxygenated arterial blood reaches peripheral tissues, the capillary VO2 is about 90. The flow increases and increases. No, no la vida. Safety mark. Diffusion of CO2. When venous blood carrying CO2 reaches the pulmonary capillaries. Metabolism doubles, CO2 production increases, interstitial space rises, the blood flow increases. Blood flow remains constant, doubling metabolism condition. Increase metabolism. Hemoglobin is the primary carrier of oxygen in blood. And up to 4 molecules of oxygen, one at each heme group. Water. $20 ml of oxygen. Utilization coefficient is the percentage of oxygen carried by hemoglobin that is released to the tissues.
Pale blood contains 20 ml.
Oxygen per 100 ml. Venous blood contains 15 ml. Oxygen. Two-three phosphoglycerate can go the right shift. Increased CO2 can go the right shift. Lower pH can go the right shift. Binds deoxygenated hemoglobin and stabilizes the tense form, lowering hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen. The greater the diffusion distance, the harder it is. Use gas because binding carboxyhemoglobin. Many said. Even if arterial PO2 headache, dizziness, confusing Tourette's skin. Coma and death if untrue. CO2 is transported in three forms: dissolved carboxyhemoglobin and bicarbonate 70%. Carbaminohemoglobin. Then 7% that, 7% bicarbonate. More CO2. Haldane effect, where the ability of the blood to transport CO2 is inversely related to the amount of oxygen it carries. And that's oxygen more CO2. When the blood is deoxygenated, it carries more O2. In the lungs, high oxygen level reduces energy to be released for exhalation while in the tissue. I'm going to pick it up from lungs. Well, the Haldane effect is just a dumbass effect. Like, it just makes sense. Okay, but what? The majority of bicarbonate reaction is CO2 plus water. Carbonic acid forms carbonic acid plus water plus H carbonic acid, which then spontaneously hamburger for all. CO2 dissociation curve. Where is it? This one? For oxygenation of blood in the lungs, places CO2 from human release into. This can create carbonic acid inside the cells, but also dissociates into hydrogen ions and bicarbonate. In the lungs, binds to releasing carbonic acid again. Battery exchange ratio is a ratio of CO2 exhaled to oxygen absorbed. CO2 exhaled ratio of CO2 exhaled to oxygen absorbed during respiration. Respiratory exchange, CO2 exhaled and oxygen absorbed. Oh, okay, just makes sense, bro. Regulation of respiration, we're gonna start this in 5 minutes. What is up with these images? Can't I just freaking... wasting my break time. This is regulation bullshit. Real quick. I remember this being not too hard. I'm not wrong. There's a respiratory center for automatic control of breathing, located bilaterally in the medulla oblongata and the pons of the brainstem. Medulla oblongata and the pons. Pons probably have the pneumotactic and apneic center. Yeah. The brain center indicates rhythmic output. Dorsal respiratory group, located in the dorsal medulla. Primarily responsible for inspiration, it sets up the basic rhythm of breathing and receives afferent sensory input. The ventral medulla primarily controls the afferent vagus and vasovagal. Active breathing. Spill over. Located dorsally in the superior pons, regulates the rate and depth of breathing by controlling the switch off of inspiration. And the apneutic center, which I'll be over here. Apneutic center. Using the lower pons. That was what in the superior pons, lower pons of the brain. That promotes and prolongs inhalation. Stimulates a neuron responsible for inhalation in the medulla. And then it controls the depth of breathing, part of the deep breaths. Receives an image by the pneumotactic center and pulmonary stress receptors that deflect mission. Okay. Dorsal respiratory group is in quiet breathing, ventral is in forced breathing. Pneumotactic center inhibits the apneutic center, preventing prolonged inhalation. Dorsal respiratory group of neurons control inspiration. DRG is the primary pacemaker of breathing. It is located in the nucleus of the tractus solitarius. In the dorsal medulla, is there another image? Or no. Dorsal medulla extending most of its length of the nucleus. Peripheral chemoreceptors and bioreceptors, mechanoreceptors of the lung and visceral organs. DRG generates basic rhythm of respiration through spontaneous repetitive bursts of action potential. This rhythmic output persists even if sensory inputs and higher brain cells are disconnected. An intricate neural network resembles the central biogenic. The output from the DRG is not an abrupt firing, but a gradually rising inspiratory ramp signal. Is there? I'd like to see the inspiratory ramp. Is there no? Okay. Moves weakly, increases steadily, then ceases abruptly with music, allowing passive expiration. Smooth controlled inspiration rather than gasping breaths. Slope of the ramp determines the rate of lung filling. Cutoff point determines the duration of inspiration and the frequency of respiration. The cutoff point of the ramp Pneumotactic. Inspiration earlier. Duration of inspiration and indirectly controls the respiratory rate. When the pneumotactic center signal is strong, inspiration is short. When the weak signal is weak, inspiration allowing deep breaths and a slower rate. It does not primarily determine depth, but rather a fine-tuning mechanism. Functionally, the pneumotactic center is a respiratory brake. Ventral functions in both inspiration and expiration. Okay. Group is located in the ventrolateral medulla spanning the nucleus, ambiguous. Generate the basic rhythm. The ventral remains inactive during quiet breathing, and neurons are activated only when ventilation and demand increase. When activated, the VRG receives spillover input from the DRG oscillator. VRG then provides powerful expiratory domino. Okay. DRG acts as an overdrive mechanism, supplementing the DRG during conditions of high carrying power. Bronchial phenotype. When the lungs become excessively inflated, these receptors send inhibitory signals via the vagus nerve and dorsal. further inspiration revamp activities. Human tax extenders and title volume, title volume. Overinflation of the lung. Okay. Activity of the respiratory center can leave balance by both intrinsic receptors, blood pressure sensors. Chemical control of breathing. Regulation sensing. CO2, hydrogen ions, while oxygen regulation is primarily available at peripheral chemoreceptors. In small tubular arterial CO2 produce large alterations in ventilation. Cellular chemoreceptors are located just beneath the ventral surface. Beneath the ventral surface. Medulla. Ventral surface of the medulla. Unit of pH of the cerebrospinal fluid or CO2 diffusion. This provides a strong, rapid stimulatory drive to ventilation. The most powerful and violating control of respiration comes from chemical regulation. This is the 5th chapter now. Unlike oxygen, peripheral chemoreceptors on okay. Carbon dioxide is the most potent driver of ventilation under normal conditions. Even a small rise in arterial PCO2 from 40 to 45 markedly increase alveolar ventilation. The effect is mediated largely by hydrogen ions. generated when CO2 diffuses across the blood-brain barrier into the cerebrospinal fluid. Within the cerebrospinal fluid with water from carbonic acid, which is rapidly dissociated in that. Because the CFS has low buffering capacity, small changes in CO2 cause significant fluctuations in hydrogen ions. The resulting increase in hydrogen ions strongly stimulates the central chemoreceptors located just beneath the ventral medulla. It's not really readily across the blood-brain barrier, so the central chemoreceptors respond mainly to changes in CSF pH. Secondary to increase PSO2, increase ventilation, decrease PSO2. Okay, so if you have increased partial pressure of carbon dioxide, more of this will diffuse into the cerebrospinal fluid, and the cerebrospinal fluid, and then the CO2 will then be converted into carbonic acid by carbonic anhydrase, which will then rapidly dissociate into hydrogen ions and bicarbonate. Now these hydrogen ions lower the blood pH. Then this lowered pH is detected by the central chemoreceptors located in the ventral medulla, and this causes rapid increase in ventilation rate. So then the PCO2 returns back to normal. Alright, peripheral chemoreceptors are specialized structures located mainly in the carotid bodies and aortic bodies. Okay, so it's like the baroreceptors. Mainly in the carotid bodies. Glomus cells, type 1 cells. These receptors are composed of glomus cells, which detect changes in PO2 and PCO2 pH. A decrease in PO2 below 60 depolarizes the glomus cells, leading to the release of neurotransmitters dopamine that activate afferent fibers of the carotid side and nerve at the biggest dorsal respiratory group. Oh, my dental. Glomus cells depolarizes the glomus cells, releases neurotransmitter dopamine that activate the afferent fibers. Okay. The peripheral chemoreceptors located in the carotid bodies and the aortic bodies. So they detect low arterial PO2. So if the PO2 falls below 60, what's going to happen is these peripheral chemoreceptors are made up of glomus cells. And these glomus cells, once they detect these low PO2, they depolarize. Once they depolarize, they release neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters then excite. They activate the afferent fibers. So for the aortic bodies, this would be the vagus nerve. For the carotid bodies, this would be the glossopharyngeal nerve. And they would take this wave of excitation towards the nucleus tractus solitarius, connecting to the dorsal respiratory group, increasing ventilation. Peripheral chemoreceptors also respond to PCO2 hypoxemia. Making them vital during sudden drops in O2 availability. High altitude area obstruction or oxygen sensing alarm. Okay. We don't this shit. Makes sense. of low arterial PO2 to stimulate alveolar ventilation when arterial CO2 will remain normal. When arterial PO2 falls below normal, even if PCO2 remain unchanged, the peripheral chemoreceptors strongly stimulate ventilation. This effect is minimal until arterial PO2 drops to below 60. Even if PCO2 and hydrogen ions remain unchanged, the peripheral chemoreceptor ventilation drops below 60. Sudden increase. Yep. I see it. After hemoglobin rise. Peripheral chemoreceptors detect this fall, increase ventilation. Backup emergencies. Hypoxia. Chronic breathing of low oxygen stimulates respiration even more. Acclimatization. Yes, acclimatization. Low oxygen environment, however, the initial ventilation is modest because the central chemoreceptors oppose excessive hyperventilation. Yeah. If sustained hypoxia, the body it needs to increase excretion of bicarbonate. It's essentially the effect of alkalosis in the revive and function at high altitude, balance between potential. Bring that hypoxemia down in it. For hyperventilation, how does decreased PCO2 H plus cause the Yeah, that's quite an interesting thing. Mm. Low oxygen environments triggers the peripheral chemoreceptors, causing an increase in ventilation, but then this increase that causes the peripheral essentially to inhibit respiration. But over several days, the acclimatization occurs. Kidneys increase the excretion of bicarbonate. This reduces the buffering capacity of the cerebrospinal fluid. So now there's more hydrogen ion inside. Increases. pH कम हो जाएगा. Increase ventilation. Ventilation is not controlled by a single chemical factor in isolation. Instead, it represents the integration of CO2, hydrogen, and oxygen in both. This is the effect. The most powerful activator of ventilation. Hypercapnia is supposed to. During exercise, ventilation increases dramatically, often in direct proportion to oxygen consumption and carbon reductions. Surprisingly, our HLPO2, CO2, and pH remain almost normal even during strenuous activity. Increased ventilation is not primarily due to chemical changes in blood gases. Ventilation increases dramatically, often in direct proportion to oxygen. Ventilation increases dramatically, often in direct proportion to oxygen consumption and carbon production. Surprisingly, GLPO2, PCO2, and pH remain almost normal even during. This indicates that increased ventilation is not primarily due to chemical changes in blood gases. It is achieved through neurogenic mechanisms. Feed forward signals from higher brain centers, motor cortex. The motor cortex, anticipatory activation of the respiratory center, occurs activation of motor. Afferent feedback from exercising muscles and joint proprioceptors and mechanoreceptors of muscles, tendons, and joints, etc. Spinal cord. Some gases, small linkages in PCO2. So, in exercise, the PCO2, PO2, and pH remain relatively constant. And this is because the ventilation, it's not the only thing which like their concentration is not the only thing which drives ventilation. There's other things that also cause increase in ventilation. First of all, we have the anticipatory activation. Respiratory center occurs because of motor cortex. And then neurogenic activation, proprioceptors, mechanoreceptors, also the 10 excitators. Receptors. Neuropathological influences can alter breathing patterns. These act through reflex pathways or direct effect. Primary center. Besides chemical and exercise-related control. Next to capital. Breathing, brain edema. Sleep apnea, treated. Also, strokes, respiration, alternating hyperventilation, and apnea. Position breathing during sleep. Obstructive sleep apnea, collapse of upper airway tissues during sleep. Brother, I thought we were done. Holding, hyperventilation, speaking, singing, playing. Alright, next chapter. We finished 5 chapters in under 3 hours. Literally, we had breaks and shit. I'm gonna take a bathroom break real quick. 5:18. Not too long, not too long. Bathroom break. Alright. Bathroom break time. Oh, okay. 3 more left. You'd say 2 more left because they're kind of easy now. Now, understanding and diagnosing respiratory abnormalities requires specialized methods. Shut up. One of the most fundamental assessments are arterial blood gases. The pH, partial pressure of CO2, partial pressure of O2. Blood pH is major glass electrode. Effect on bicarbonate buffer. Henderson. Brother, ain't nobody memorizing the freaking Henderson-Hasselbalch equation. Nobody doing that shit. Maximum expiratory flow. In obstructive lung disease, expiratory flow is limited. When a person exhales, maximum force expiratory flow rises to a peak, but then plateaus. Beyond this, no further increasing. When a person exhales with maximum force, expiratory flow rises to a peak, but then plateaus, beyond which no further increase in effort can increase the flow. Maximum expiratory flow. Increasing thoracic pressure due to collapses bronchioles. Once the bronchioles narrow significantly, airflow is choked. Is greater. Maximum effort achieved during forced expiration. Maximum. Flow volume curves. It collapse during expiration. Air becomes trapped in the lungs, leading to hyperinflation. Force vital capacity. That's the functional residual capacity. Functional residual capacity. The maximum amount of air that a person can exhale after fall. Oh, is this full of vital capacity? What's the difference between vital capacity and forced vital capacity? Difference between vital capacity and forced vital capacity. Effort of the exhalation. Forced vital capacity is the maximum amount of air you can exhale. The maximum forceful exhale. Maximum amount of air you can exhale. The slow, relaxed effort. Oh, okay. Force factor volume FEV1 for the volume in the first second, which reflects the inability to move air rapidly out of the lungs. In the first FEV1 in obstructive diseases, FEV1 is decreased. Capacity. Pulmonary emphysema. Progressive obstructive lung disease. Progressive obstructive lung disease, usually long-term smoking. Obstruction of alveolar walls. Loss of lung elasticity. Lung collapse. Aero collapse. Or inflation. Smoking celiac mutation impairs alveolar macrophages. It's recurrent infection.
I don't
I'm
know.
on call. I'm on
Which
call.
one?
What you guys want, huh? Let me study in peace. I'm almost done. Last chapter है फिजियो का. उसके बाद नाइट्रोजन वाला है लेकिन वो तो nothing है. फेस कैम तो ऑन करो ना जानी. I was on the phone ना जानी. Gotta eat some chips now because I'm a fat ass. Coming back to this fucking physio. Emphysema. We got alveolar destruction. One sec. Why am I making my... What do you mean I'm making my voice deeper, bro? You guys want to see my intro? You guys want to see my intro? Boom. Oh yeah. Mr. Name. Chillax, bro. I'm eating chips, bro. Yeah, anyways, we got the fucking emphysema, you know what I'm saying? You know, it gets exacerbated by smoking and shit, you know? Fucking chronic infection looking ass and airway obstruction, alveolar destruction. And then they got the air trapping and shit, I think. Air trapping gives me out there. Looks just like you got proof, thank you. W's in the chat from Mr. Adil, my #1 fan. WOAH. Wait, so smoking causes attention from our favorite streamers. That's fine. You know, usually I have donations turned on, but that was in the past. But I'm a humble man now. I don't require donations and shit. You know, I respect the 9-to-5 workers and hustlers and shit. So I don't need your money now. I don't need any of that. You guys can keep that to yourself. All I need is your love and support. Your love and support is my #1 payment. It's priceless to me. You know what I'm saying? Can I get a shout out? All right, bro. Arham Ahmed 4459. Shout out. Coming in from Jordan. My name is Mike Hunt. Chat, some W's in the chat from Mike Hunt. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I'm going to call him. हेलो जी क्यों नहीं बताया ना काम क्या है हाँ मैं खुद चले जाऊँगा अभी 5 मिनट में मैं खुद चले जाऊँगा 5 मिनट में नहीं लेकिन मुझे नहीं मैं खुद चले जाऊँगा ठीक है ऐसे चलें अल्लाह हाफ़िज़ Ain't nobody calling you. It's my mom calling me. Oh, my ringtone actually sounds like that. But call me right now. This is my ringtone. Cause you know I don't like these new gen ringtones. I like the old school ones. You know, so you know it's a ringtone, but the freaking new gen ones, fucking songs and thing playing, bro. I just want to know if someone's calling me. I'm not trying to dance. You know what I'm saying? Cue the laughing sound effect. Okay, my mom called me. She's telling me to calm down. Get the groceries. I'ma be right back. You guys can study a bit. I'll come in like 5 minutes. Where's the fucking break? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. I wasted a lot of time. I wasted a lot of time. Shit. Where was I? Emphysema. Imbalance in the protease and anti-protease enzymes. Attacks immune cells, macrophage and neutrophils, which release these proteases and destroy the elastic fibers. The alpha 1 alpha. Okay. Guess that's all we need to know. Air becomes trapped, stretching and rupturing alveolar walls, leading to marked reduction in surface area. Loss of capillaries and hypoxia increase blood resistance, pulmonary hypertension. Right. Dyspnea, hypoxia, pneumonia. Chronicles. Inflammatory condition in which alveoli become filled with fluid, plus immune cells impairing gas exchange. Bacterial, viral. Leaky, allowing oxidation of plasma and blood cells and consolidation of large regions. Used. Some regions are pools and run match. Hypoxemia, hypercalcemia. Atelectasis. Collapsing of the alveoli is the collapse of the alveoli. Localized lung regions, the entire lung. Mucus plugs, tumor of foreign bodies, blocked air trapped in the alveoli. Word. Lung tissue. RDS and atelectasis. Asthma is a chronic inflammatory disease. Reactivity. Update. हाँ मेरा ख़त्म है फिजियो. 3 डाउन किसके? मैं अभी घंटे ब्रेक में था वरना मेरा फिजियो ख़त्म था. अभी आधे घंटे में मेरी फिजियो डन है. 3 डाउन. ओ यार फिजियो बहुत आसान है यार. जेनुइन 4 घंटे की बात है फिजियो. 4 4.5. कोड फिजियो करूँगा ना उसके बाद ही. वो लाइट से ही करूँगा. उसके 1-2 सवाल ही आते हैं. इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है उसमें. बस वो मसल टाइप्स इंपॉर्टेंट है. पिछली बार वही आया था उसका. टाइप 1 टाइप 2. तो टेबल देख लूँगा मैं. डीप सी रेगुलेशन वाला रहता है बस। हाँ, हमारा वो भी डीप सी रेगुलेशन मेरा, इसके बाद डीप सी वाला रहता है एंड पे। हाँ, और डीप सी भी खाली वो नार्कोसिस इंपॉर्टेंट था और डीकम्प्रेशन सिकनेस, और उसकी ट्रीटमेंट वो हाइपरबैरिक थेरेपी थी, वो भी अब लाइट सही है। वो याद है पिछली बार उससे कुछ आया था जो आखिरी चैप्टर था, वो स्पेस फिजियोलॉजी है क्या गन बला था, पता नहीं, उसमें फिजिक्स थी कोई, किनेटिक एनर्जी गन बला था, mv² मुझे याद है, लेकिन पता नहीं अब क्या है उसमें सीन। एस्मा, chronic inflammatory disease, hyperactivity of the bronchioles, gas stimuli, reversible, smooth muscle contraction, mucosal edema, swelling, increased mucus secretion, it becomes trapped. Not ideal, हाँ। मेड गेटवे, यार गेटवे मैंने आज तक नहीं पढ़ी, ना पढ़ूंगा, देख लूँगा लेकिन लेट्स सी। TB is a chronic infectious lung disease called mycobacterium, अच्छा, fibrotic restrictive pattern, अच्छा, infection tissue necrosis, तो restrictive होगी, alveolar walls, pulmonary blood vessels, done. Hypoxia, 4 टाइप्स थी ना, hypoxic hypoxia, anemic hypoxia, histotoxic hypoxia, और एक और था, what was the fourth, I don't know, stagnant hypoxia, anemic. Hypoxic hypoxia, low pH2, inadequate oxygenation, deficiency of oxygen tissues, can dispense inadequate oxygenation of the blood, high altitude, hyperventilation, diffusion impairment. ठीक है, anemic hypoxia, normal pH2 but reduced oxygen carrying capacity of the blood due to low hemoglobin. Anemic hypoxia, stagnant ischemic hypoxia, normal pH2 with blood flow is inadequate, shock, heart failure, local ischemia, blood flow inadequate, histotoxic, cells are unable to use oxygen despite delivery, cyanide poisoning. Okay. Most important was cyanide poisoning, which causes cytochrome oxidase, blocks oxidative phosphorylation, forcing cells into anaerobic metabolism, lactic acidosis as a consequence. Alcohol, narcotics, phosphorylation, forcing cells into anaerobic. Cytochrome oxidase. Effects of hypoxia on the body: cellular swelling, mitochondrial dysfunction, death. Severe hypoxia. Cardiac effects: depressed contractility, arrhythmias. Going down. Blood discoloration, excessive blood. Normal elevation is due to mild hyperglycemia. Please work on breathing. Oh यार हे फेस भूल गया मैं थोड़ा shit. Increase pulmonary ventilation. Red blood cell mass, hemoglobin concentration. Increased vascularity of peripheral tissues, angiogenesis. Others what are they? Hypoxia, inducible factors. Hypoxia inducible factors, which are transcription factors present in virtually all oxygen breathing species, act as a mattress switch to turn on genes necessary. Normal oxygen, normoxia. HF subunits are continuously synthesized but rapidly degraded. Erythropoietin, vascular endothelial growth factor, angiogenesis, mitochondrial enzymes. Erythropoietin, vascular mitochondrial enzymes are in nitrogen oxide release. Okay. more deeply and more rapidly, maintaining high alveolar ability. High hematocrit. Barrel shaped chest. Unacclimatized ascend rapidly to altitude 10,000. Headache, fatigue, dizziness, nausea, insomnia, dyspnea. The primary cause is cerebral vasodilation. Coma. Cerebral vasodilation. AMS versus pace versus height. Headache, nausea, fatigue. Mildest form. Fatigue, lack of appetite, ape. Ataxia. You will have neurological symptoms like lethargy. Yeah. Oh. Because when you see this. Cause of the pulmonary edema. Alveolar hypoxia triggers pulmonary vasoconstriction, raising leakage of fluid into alveoli interstitial, producing pulmonary edema. Extreme shortness of breath, coffee, frothy sputum, stenosis. By rapid ascent. Hyperbaric chambers provide rapid. Chronic mountain sickness, Monge's disease. Polycythemia. 33 feet. 3 atmospheres total. When it ever descends, the certain pressure increases according to Boyle's law, and the volume of the gas is inversely proportional to the pressure exerted on it. Nitrogen normally makes up 80 inspired air. No physiological effects. It's inert. Partial pressure of nitrogen rises leading to a narcotic effect on nitrogen process. Depth is 1. Euphoria, relaxation. Nitrogen narcosis mechanism. To dissolve in the brain's lipid nerve cell membrane. Absorbs in the lipid nerve cell membrane. Nerve membranes. Raising tissue purity far beyond safe limits. Seizures, coma, twitching, dizziness, visual disturbances, reactive oxygen species, oxygen damage. Carbon dioxide, toxicity. One liter of nitrogen is dissolved in blood. What's the activated for? Bubbles. Benz compressor. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Underwater breathing apparatus. Self-contained. We're done with this bullshit. Physio. We're done with physio. All of it. Time to start biochem. Vitamins. Should I do vitamins first or globular protein? Vitamins. What is a vitamin? What was a tag? What is a tag? Let's go Lippincott chapters. Okay, what chapters do we have? Hypoxia, hay paste, chronic mountain sickness. Skin toxicity, decompression. Okay, we've done all of it. Good morning, chat. How you doing? Chat, we're locked in tonight. Gonna be locked in a long ass time tonight. Big ass lock in. Nine. Vitamins and minerals. Okay. Mm. Okay, let's start vitamins. Vitamins. Pretty long ass chapter. Pretty long ass chapter. I'm gonna take a piss break real quick. Gotta lock in super fast. Super fast. Alright, what are vitamins? Organic compounds cannot be synthesized adequately by humans, essential in small amounts. Water soluble, we've got folic acid, cobalamin, ascorbic acid, pyridoxine, thiamine, niacin, riboflavin, biotin, pantothenic, ADEK, coenzyme. Okay. First of all, folic acid, let's do this real quick. Water soluble, 1 carbon metabolism, nucleotide, amino acids, fetal development. Pregnant women, alcoholics, okay. Folic acid is reduced in the body to tetrahydrofolate. Just get my copybook. Yeah.
एक स्विच है ना जहाँ टेबल रखा है आगे लगा के चले आ रहे हैं बस पूछ रहे आज घर पे काम रह गया था तो घर पे मैं यहीं पे आया हूँ ना कोई पैसे नहीं है ना किसी को ट्रांसफर कर देंगे मेरे पास नहीं उस दिन किए थे ना थैंक यू मेरे पास है नहीं वरना मैं
मेरे पास है नहीं तो आपको बुलाना चाहिए बस मैं पापा को बता
अभी नहीं बताना
पापा ही देंगे Vitamins, organic compounds, essential, yep. The one must be obtained from diet. Thank God I made this. Vitamin B9, folate, tetrahydrofolate. Tetrahydrofolate by dihydrofolate reductase. Using NADPH. Methotrexate inhibits it, competitive inhibition. NADPH is using purine synthesis, amino acid, thymidine monophosphate synthesis. Purine synthesis, amino acids into thymidine monophosphate synthesis. Pyrimidine nuclei for DNA replication, amino acids, homocysteine, methionine. Purine required for DNA, RNA bases, adenine and guanine. Essential. Okay. First to reduce hemoglobin concentration and oxygen transport capacity of the blood. Reduce hemoglobin concentration and oxygen capacity of the blood. Nutrition, iron deficiency, iron, copper, folate, vitamin B12, pyridoxine. Green corpuscular body, microcytic. It's often due to iron deficiency, also due to protein energy, malnutrition, folate. Fail to divide. Large immature megaloblasts. Serine, glycine, and histidine. Serine, glycine, histidine. Anemia is done. Folate anemia. Pregnancy, lactation, malabsorption, alcoholism, drugs, methotrexate. Neural tube closure deficiency leads to neural tube defects, spinal bifida, and encephalopathy. Supplementation. Cobalamin. Boron ring. Boron. Two pyrroles are directly linked by methane, not by methane bridges. Boron ring porphyrin is conjugated to link directly. Cobalt in the center. Homocysteine to methionine synthase. 5-12 and N5 methyl tetrahydrofolate. 5 methyl tetrahydrofolate. No plant sources. Folate trap. Factor to ilium. And 5 methyl. Methionine synthase. Homocysteine to methionine. Homocysteine producing methionine. Thanks for that. Secondary folate deficiency. Methyl mannal CoA. Methyl mannal to propanol CoA. Methyl mannal CoA. Succinate. A mutase. To succinol CoA, I believe. Megaloblastic anemia follows fermentation. Methionine synthase. Imperidian synthesis. Methyl is myelin. Right there. I got it. Okay. autoimmune disorder in which antibodies affect character cells or an intrinsic factor. Production of parietal cells, idea, lack of excretion. Vitamin C. Hydroxylation reactions. For example, vitamin C in the
collagen synthesis.
hydroxylysyl and lysyl hydroxylase. Prolyl and lysyl hydroxylase require vitamin C because of iron as well. Dehydroxylase. Oxidized. Cofactor of hydroxylase, antioxidant. And then vitamin C transporter. Deuteramine. Dehydroascorbic acid transport in cells, GLUT1, GLUT2, GLUT3. Vitamin C ensures the enzymes can hydroxylate proline and lysine residues in collagen. Absorption. Bone defects in children, anemia. Corkscrew hair, fatigue. Poor wound healing. Fatigue. Okay, buddy, alright, chillax, chillax. 7 is free radicals in reactive oxygen species, protecting biomolecules from oxidative damage. Vitamin E neutralizes lipid peroxide radicals, while vitamin C regenerates. Pyridoxine. Pyridoxal phosphate. Pyridoxal collective was required in ALA synthase. Pyridoxal phosphate. There's one more, but I can't remember it. Transublimation reaction. ALA synthase. Condensation. Transamination, deamination. Addition. Pyridoxine, pyridoxamine. Other 3 forms, pyridoxal phosphate is the active form. Pyridoxine, pyridoxamine, which are converted in the body to pyridoxal phosphate. Amino acid metabolite transamination, decarboxylation. Heme synthesis, delta aminolevylic acid synthase is pyridoxal phosphate dependent. Transamination, pyridoxal phosphate dependent. Normal nervous system hemoglobin synthesis. Amino acid. Isoniazid paradoxical. Hydrosomal leading to B6 deficiency. B6 deficiency is isoniazid paradoxical. Peripheral neuropathy. Seizures, irritability. Peripheral neuropathy, irritability, seizures. Toxicity of pyridine, although pyridoxine is the only one. Sensory neuropathy, numbness, tingling, difficulty walking. Thiamine B1. Thiamine pyrophosphate, TPP. Thiamine pyrophosphate by thiamine pyrophosphokinase, TPP is pyruvate dehydrogenase, alpha ketoglutarate dehydrogenase, transketolase, branch chain alpha ketoacid dehydrogenase. Thiamine is crucial for ATP production, pentose phosphate shunt, Berry and Wernicke-Korsakoff. Okay, we have two. Berry and Wernicke-Korsakoff. Boom. Other chronic thiamine deficiency. Too many. Dry berry, wet berry. Dry involves the nervous system. Peripheral neuropathy. Weakness, sensory loss, and muscle wasting due to impaired energy metabolism in neurons. Dry berry and wet berry. Dry berry is chronic thiamine deficiency. Chronic thiamine deficiency. Dry berry. Nervous system. Wet berry cardiovascular system. Peripheral neuropathy, weakness, sensory loss. Cardiomyopathy, edema, tachycardia, congestive heart failure. Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. Wernicke's encephalopathy is acute form. Triad of confusion. This is nice. Dementia, diarrhea. Dementia, diarrhea. Korsakoff psychosis. Triad of confusion. Ophthalmoplegia. Analysis of extraocular muscles. Wernicke's encephalopathy. Korsakoff psychosis, memory loss, hallucinations. Confusion, ophthalmoplegia. Confusion, ophthalmoplegia, ataxia. Niacin, vitamin B3. First two related compounds, nicotinic acid, nicotinamide. Both are precursors for the coenzymes NAD and NAD. Nicotinic acid, nicotinamide. Both are precursors of the coenzyme NAD. Nicotinic acid, nicotinamide, NAD, and dermatitis, diarrhea, dementia. Pellagra. Dermatitis, dementia, diarrhea. Corn-based diets. Because untreated corn is low in both niacin and tryptophan, it also occurs in alcoholism, heart and nerve disease. Active tryptophan. Okay. Alcoholism, corn-based diets, and heart and nerve disease, which is defective tryptophan absorption. Tryptophan absorption is defective. Tryptophan absorption is affected. Tryptophan, nice and conversion. So we have also B6 deficiency impairs tryptophan conversion. Deficiency can cause B3. Yeah, ब्लॉक 1 ब्लॉक 2 ठीक है ब्लॉक 2 acid metabolism treatment of hyperlipidemia inhibits lipolysis niacin has been used to treat hyperlipidemia as niacin decreases secretion lowers plasma triglyceride increased LDL increased issue inhibits lipolysis riboflavin biotin water soluble vitamin flavin mononucleotide and flavin adenine dinucleotide riboflavin flavin add flavin mononucleotide flavin adenine dinucleotide prosthetic groups oxidoreductases catalyze oxidation reduction reactions TCA cycle succinate dehydrogenase requires FAD succinate acyl-CoA dehydrogenase and fatty acid alcohol dehydrogenase glutathione reductase glutathione reductase requires NADPH I don't know what this one is about other groups these reactions acyl-CoA dehydrogenase Glossitis glossitis Pilosis glossitis dermatitis pilosis होता है glossitis होता है dermatitis होता है Pyridoxine, pyridoxal phosphate, deficiency of pyridoxine. Isonida. Vitamin B1 is thiamine. Thiamine deficiency is Wernicke-Korsakoff. Korsakoff cycle is very dry and wet. 2 is riboflavin. Flavin deficiency. We have chelosis, glossitis. Vitamin 3 is niacin. Niacin deficiency is pellagra. Dermatitis, dementia, diarrhea, death. B5, pantothenate. Do that in a bit. E6 pyridoxine, infancy occurs because of isoniazide therapy. Can lead to hyperlipidemia. Niacin. Hyperlipidemia. B6, B7 is biotin, redominant. B9 is folate deficiency, megaloblastic anemia. L2 is valgofida. Anencephaly. Not even that many, bro. B5, 5, 6, 7 आता है. Water-soluble vitamin acts as a coenzyme in carboxylation reactions. Carrier of activated CO2. Carboxyl group is covalently attached to biotin and then transferred to the substrate by biotin-dependent carboxylases. What? The carboxyl group is covalently attached to biotin and then transferred to the substrate by biotin-dependent carboxylases. Pyruvate carboxylase, acetyl-CoA carboxylase, propyl-CoA carboxylase, methyl-crotinyl-CoA carboxylase, methyl-crotinyl-CoA carboxylase. I'm gonna forget that one a lot. CoA, methyl-CoA. In foods, liver, egg yolks, and the intestinal microbiota. Ooh, intestine. This is rare. However, deficiency may occur in certain avid raw egg whites. Absorption. Biotin, eczema, biotin. Long-term antibiotic therapy reduces intestinal bacteria. Blah 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 blah. Dermatitis, alopecia, neurological. What is this? Dermatitis, alopecia, neurological hallucination.
Come on, we can't really say that.
Tibialis anterior extensor, hallucis longus extensor, adductorum longus, tibialis anterior. Fibularis tertius, longus fibularis brevis. Behind, we have gastrocnemius. Below that, we have the soleus. Below that, we have plantaris. It's plantaris in the demuscle tibialis posterior. Oblivious. Flexor hallucis longus flexor adductorum. Anyways, back to biotin. Biotin disease alopecia. Dermatitis, alopecia. Okay. And then pantothenic acid, finally, vitamin B5. Water soluble vitamin that is essential. Coenzyme A. Oh, coenzyme A and acyl carrier protein. Wow, that's very important. Acyl carrier protein. You got fatty acid synthesis, coenzyme A. Required in TCA cycle, fatty acid oxidation, fatty acid synthesis, cholesterol synthesis. Oh my goodness. Basically all of block 1. Literally all of block. TCA cycle, beta oxidation. I mean, okay. Well, TCA cycle, beta oxidation, fatty acid synthesis, cholesterol synthesis was block 2 basically. Block 2 and block 1. Okay, protein. Coenzyme A and acyl carrier protein. Pantothenic acid is widely distributed in foods. Eggs, liver, blah blah blah. Deficiency is rare. Fatigue, irritability, numbness, paresthesis. Yeah, upset. Burning feet syndrome. Pantothenic acid. Burning feet syndrome. Wow. Now let's head over to the fat soluble vitamins. Fat soluble vitamin retinoids. Retinoids में कौन से नाम है? Retinol, retinal, retinoic acid, beta carotene. Okay. The primary alcohol form, the main storage and transport form, retinol. Primary form है retinal, the aldehyde form है required for the visual cycle. Growth. Hormone gene expression and particular cell. Hormone molecule. Molecules of retinal. Vitamin requires normal fat digestion. Retinal esters. Beta carotenes. Retinol. Retinol is issued with retinal esters and packaged into column for lymphatic transport. Retinal esters to the liver where they restore retinal esters, stellate cells. Okay. C6 biotin. C6 is pyridoxine. Pyridoxal phosphate. Pyridoxamine. Pyridoxal phosphate is the active one. Transamination. Transamination, decarboxylation. Deficiency of vitamin Z6 leads to dermatitis and alopecia. No, what? No, it doesn't. Pyridoxine deficiency leads to. Oh, it's from isoniazid therapy. Isoniazid therapy. Vitamin B7 deficiency. Dermatitis, alopecia. It's just 6. Liver, stellate cells, retinal esters. Use retinal binding protein complex with transthyretin to prevent renal filtration. Okay. Mechanism of action is retinoic acid acts like a steroid hormone. It binds to nuclear receptors, retinoic acid receptors. Look at the DNA, look at the DNA. Single cells. And rod cells. Visual functions, growth functions, mutagenesis. And rod cells. Levensis retinal binds a complex with opsin, rhodopsin, pigment light converts 11. Opsin focus that triggers the signal transaction. Retinal esters. Okay, by transducing. All transretinal is recombined to 11 cisretinal. You can see night blindness. Okay, in the visual cycle, what happens is we have 11 cis retinal, which binds with opsin from rhodopsin, and whenever light hits this, the 11 transretinal part, it gets converted into all transretinal, and this causes a conformational change in opsin, which sends a which causes a cascade, which sends a nerve this into the nerve impulse, allowing you to see. And then 11 all transretinal is converted to all transretinal esters, which is converted back into 11 cisretinal retinal cycle. And if you have deficiency of vitamin A, you will have night blindness. Growth, retinoic acid release. Both growth, cell proliferation, bone deformities. Gene activation, bone growth, cell proliferation, retinal and retinal again. Production for spermatogenesis, males and placental and fetal. Putting spermatogenesis in the male and preventing fetal resorption in the female. acid. Essential. Normal differentiation. Keratinization of epithelium. Erythema. Keratinization of epithelium. Xerophthalma. Dry conductor. Okay, we have vitamin D. Functions. Found in animal products derived from plants. Xerophthalma. Dry conductor. Defective epithelium. Visions. Xerophthalma. Keratinization. Actinian psoriasis. Synthetic retinoids, isotretinoin and tretinoin. Isotretinoin and tretinoin are used to treat acne psoriasis through differentiation, reducing keratinization. Isotretinoin and tretinoin. Toxicity. Vitamin A abundance can occur due to excessive pigmentation, dry skin, pain, alopecia. Acne, highlighted retinic. And we come to vitamin D. Cholecalciferol is converted into cholecalciferol in the skin. 7-G hydrocholesterol.
बहुत माइनर सा
कैमरे में हेलो बोले. Fat soluble pro hormone are true vitamins and degeneracy in the skin. 70 hydroxy hydrocholesterol. Cholecalciferol, cholecalciferol. 7D hydrocholesterol is converted into cholecalciferol upon UV light. D hydrocholesterol into cholecalciferol. 125 dihydrocolloid. Calcitriol. 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol. Step 1 is in the liver hydroxylated by 25 hydroxylase to 25 hydroxy dihydroxy 25 hydroxycalcidiol. This is the major circulating form. Step 2 is in the kidney. First in the liver by 25 hydroxylase. So this is in the kidney. 25 hydroxylase is converted into 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol by 1 alpha hydroxylase. There's 1 alpha hydroxylase, calcitriol, the active form. This is stimulated by regulation of 1 alpha hydroxylase. It's stimulated by parathyroid hormone, hypocalcemia, hypophosphatemia, inhibited by high. Stimulated by parathyroid hormone, hypophosphatemia, stimulates this. Inhibited by high calcitriol. Effect on intestine. Increases absorption of calcium and phosphorus.
Yeah, ball. गीले हाथ मार.
एक्सट्रेन में विटामिन जाकर एब्जॉर्प्शन ऑफ कैल्शियम फॉस्फेट इंक्रीज करता है बाय रिलीजिंग कैल्बाइनिन. ठीक है. Or the mobilization of calcium and phosphorus in bones. Works with parathyroid hormone to mobilize calcium and phosphate from bone. Increase the absorption of calcium and phosphate by albinin, bone medake mobilization, promotes bone mineralization under normal calcium and phosphate. अच्छा normally promotes bone mineralization. Innate immunity requires it FMA. Hey, causes a net demineralization of bone resulting in rickets and children osteomalacia. Children in the rickets होगा, osteomalacia adults में होगा. Rickets is characterized by the continued formation of collagen matrix wall but incomplete mineralization, resulting in soft plaque. Osteomalacia, demineralization of pre-existing bones increases their susceptibility to fracture. Use a fracture. Chronic renal osteodystrophy is chronic kidney disease, L1 alpha hydroxylase activity, use calcium. Calcemia. Plasma calcium decreases, parathyroid hormone decreases, calcium mobilization from bone, renal absorption, reabsorption of calcium. That is calcium absorption from intestine increases. What does PTH do? What does PTH do to phosphate? hyperphosphatemia. It keeps it normal. Hypoparathyroidism, not hyperphosphatemia. You have hypoparathyroidism, low calcitriol, hypercalcemia. Also have vitamin K. Blood coagulation, blood metabolism. Gamma glutamyl carboxylate. Glutamate residue specific gamma carboxyglutamate. Earlier the better, you know. Gamma carboxyglutamate. Gamma glutamate carboxylase, so coenzyme carboxylation of glutamate carbonyl. Proteins to balance the calcium coagulation. Negatively charged phospholipid membrane. Osteocalcin and other bone proteins. Osteocalcin. One hub. Calculators. Growth hormone are good chelators. Alright, not important. Distribution of vitamin K. Two natural forms and one synthetic. Yes. Phylloquinone, minoquinone, minodeone. K1, K2, K3. Phylloquinone, minoquinone, minodeone. Phylloquinone, minoquinone, minodeone. Phylloquinone, minoquinone, minodeone. The quinones are natural, the dione is synthetic. Phylloquinone, found in green leafy vegetables. Minoquinone, synthesized in intestinal bacteria. Minodione, synthetic. Roman intestinal flora provides that's else. One, two, three. Phylloquinone, minoquinone, and minodione. Deficiency of vitamin C, fat malabsorption, prolonged the causes for it: fat malabsorption, bleeding tendency, easy bruising because of bleeding, prolonged thrombin time is improved. Deficiency in newborns. Newborns have low hepatic stores. Immature breast milk is low in vitamin K. Newborn vitamin K injection is given at birth. Oh yeah, brother. Oh no. Oh yeah. Hallelujah. Johnny did the money. Johnny boy. I like to call him Johnny. Oh. There you go. Vitamin E. Tocopherols, tocotrienols. Alpha tocopherol is most active. That's all binding that protects membrane lepers from by reactive oxygen species. He is found in vegetable oils, nuts, seeds, green vegetables, and salts, deficient of vitamin E. Yes, my friend. It's rare, but widespread distribution may occur in fat malabsorption. Yes. Affects the nervous system and red blood cells. Greater stress. Apathy, ataxia, and impaired proprioception due to axonal degeneration. Oxidative damage. Supplementation is used in beta lipoproteinemia. Vitamin isominophosphate therapy. Niacin is used to in hyperlipidemia. Supplementation is rare. Beta lipoproteinemia, sometimes in arteriosclerosis, neurodegenerative diseases, and cancer prevention, but clinical evidence for benefit is limited and inconsistent. bleeding risk. Alright, that's done. Let's go back. Done with vitamins. Now we gotta do globular proteins. After globular protein, I'm gonna do minerals, then fibrous proteins. Then that. Then vitamin. Done. Globular proteins. You see, this chapter is kind of small, long, but it's kind of small because it's easy. It's a bit of a mixed one. Critical proteins made up. Monomeric heme protein that primarily acts as a reservoir and with the heme. Group found in organ. Or organ. This side is oxygen residue. 6 is available for oxygen. Methemoglobin albino. A hydrophobic environment with a globin pocket protects iron from oxidation. Still histidine. Stabilize oxygen binding. Forming a hydrogen bonded oxygen using that globin. Mercury protein. Oxygen reservoir. Hydrophobic pocket. Heme group which allows myoglobin to market. With the non-polar buried in the protein. Important. Myoglobin binds oxygen with very high and exhibits Yeah. One part to histidine, one part to iron, one part to oxygen. Brother, there's nothing hard. Very high for much higher than hemoglobin, prevents hyperbolic oxygen dissociation curve. Hyperbolic oxidation dissociation curve. Where the curve at, bro? Lack of cooperativity. Oxygen transport protein red blood cell. Unlike the monomeric globin, tetrameric protein contains 2 alpha globin, 2 beta, making it heterotetrameric. Substitution symbols myoglobin structurally containing its own globin. B globin A2 globin F. Non-covalent attraction and blah blah. This arrangement allows hemoglobin to exist in two ends, top and left. Deoxyhemoglobin very strong. Oxyhemoglobin conformation when binding to uptake in the lung is high. Both myoglobin and hemoglobin reversibly. Both myoglobin because their structure myoglobin binds oxygen in a non-cooperative manner. Even at low partial pressures of oxygen, very low. Cooperative bind. Allosteric effects. Hemoglobin's oxygen binding affinity is elevated by allosteric interaction. The binding of oxygen to one heme causes changes that make it easy. Floating on lungs. IPO2. Stabilizes the lowering of deoxyhemoglobin. It's into the cap. Hemoglobin transports 15% of CO2 as carbon hemoglobin. I mean 17%. Log in the preventing oxygen release. Skin. Minor hemoglobins. Although adult hemoglobin is dominant for all the adults, minor hemoglobin is logically important. Gamma. Gamma has two delta chains. High affinity for oxygen. Valine. Mid level reflects the average blood glucose preceding 6 to 8 weeks. Chromosome 11 has beta globin gene, chromosome 16 has alpha globin. Beta just has one. 16 has two alpha. Hemoglobinopathies. Single point mutation beta globin gene 11 where glutamate is a position to valine, hemoglobin S instead of normal. Pose in the deoxygenated state under low oxygen, hemoglobin S aggregates in longer sickle shape. These sickle shape have decreased flexibility, leading to hemolysis. Is occlusion. Hemoglobin S concentration. vaccination. Today's appointment is import. Lysine. W's in the chat. Hemoglobin C is replaced with lysine. Solubility of hemoglobin. Utilization of this. Rigid and prone to blood. Hemolytic anemia, spleen belly. Sex condition where the patient has one gene for tendency to polymerize under low of hemoglobinemia. What is the treatment? The iron hemoglobin. The hemoglobin reductase. The rate of hemoglobin capacity. Hereditary definition of cytochrome. Be reductase. Nitrate sulfur. Anesthetics. Cyanosis, bluish discoloration of the skin. Isn't there chocolate cyanosis? Hemoglobinemia. Chocolate cyanosis. Methylene blue, giant harvest electron. Electron carrier corrected first by blue. Six. Thalassemias. Types of thalassemia, beta thalassemia, and alpha thalassemia. Inherited disorders of the hemoglobin synthesis, a decrease or absent production of one of the hemoglobin gene. Decrease or absent production of one of the globin genes. Balance. Beta thalassemia. Major is Cooley's anemia.
Oh my goodness.
Beta thalassemia major, both of them are absent. Severe anemia, growth retardation, hepatosplenomegaly, bone deformity, iron overload from repeated transfusion. We've got iron overload. Iron overload causes formation of hemosiderins or some shit. Articulation. With a minor, with a major. Major has Cooley's anemia, so there's severe hemolytic anemia, parasplenomegaly, iron overload. Repeated transfusions. Wait. One defective gene is mild alpha thalassemia. Silent carrier trait. Disease. Oh no. Silent carrier asymptomatic. Alpha thalassemia. Trait. Mild anemia. H disease. Moderate to severe. Hydrops fetalis with hemoglobin virus. Hydrops fetalis with hemoglobin virus. Incompatible with life. Silent carrier trait. Hemoglobin H disease. Mild hemolytic. These result in increased oxygen affinity to affinity. Increased oxygen. We're done. Apparently I gotta go to the bathroom now. We're gonna do fibrous proteins real quick. But before that, I wanna go to the bathroom. I'm shaking like crazy. I'm going from the bathroom.
Don't know me, sir. Don't know me, sir.
Oh, shit. Moving on, we've got now fibrous proteins. We've done globular proteins and we've done vitamins. Let's just do the deficiencies real quick of the vitamins to recall real quick. Vitamin B1 deficiency is vitamin B1 is thiamine. Its deficiency leads to beriberi, dry and wet. Dry is neuro, wet is cardiogenic, and it leads to Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. After that, we've got vitamin B2. Vitamin B2 is riboflavin. Deficiency of riboflavin leads to chelosis and dermatitis, I believe. Chelosis is something, you know, close enough. Vitamin B3 is niacin. Niacin deficiency leads to pellagra, dementia, dermatitis, glossitis. Yes, ये रहा glossitis. Perfect time पे हो यार तुम. Vitamin B2 glossitis बनाता है हाँ. Vitamin 3 niacin, pellagra, dementia, dermatitis, diarrhea leads to death. Vitamin B3 के बाद क्या आता है? B5 है, pantothenic acid है, उसमें आता है burning feet syndrome. Vitamin B6 है हमारा what was it, paradoxal phosphate. उसकी deficiency होती है हमारी जब isoniazid therapy हो and it has neuro some symptoms, ataxia or some shit. Isoniazid therapy में anti-TB होता है and it will cause, you know, blah blah blah, and the paradoxal phosphate will be inactive and the deficiency of vitamin B6. उसके बाद है B7 biotin की deficiency होती है जब alvedin ले जब raw egg also leads to hypoglycemia. Okay, thank you. कुछ बोल रहा था तुमने बता दी. हाँ biotin वो हो गया. phosphorus. Okay, fasting hypoglycemia नहीं होगा ना. Fasting hypoglycemia, right? Anyways, vitamin B7 में फिर वो हमारे पास dermatitis और alopecia भी होता है and it can happen because of वही raw egg whites खाने से. और फिर B9 की बात है फोलेट, वो तो पता है हमें कि मेगालोब्लास्टिक एनीमिया बनाता है. फिर B12 जो है वही सेम मेगालोब्लास्टिक प्लस न्यूरो सिम्टम्स बिकॉज ऑफ मिथाइल मैलोनिक एसिड accumulation which disrupts the myelin sheath, destroys it. मेरी फिजियो नहीं मुक रही भाई. ओ यार फिजियो बहुत आसान है, क्या कर रहे हो? कौन से किस में पहुँचे हो? तब तुम थे फिजियो की कह रहे थे 2 चैप्टर बाकी हैं, तो क्या बचा है? रेगुलेशन मैं समझाऊँ? पढ़ना है मुझसे, मैं समझाऊँ रेगुलेशन? क्या रोना है? सीधा सीधा बोलो. एक चैप्टर रहता है ना, फिर तो क्या रो क्यों रहे हो? उसके बाद क्या करना है? मुझे आती है इजी, बस सही है. चला फिर एनाटमी है बाकी. दिल, हाँ मेरा भी दिल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, जल्दी कर रहा हूँ. फाइब्रस प्रोटीन है, फाइब्रस प्रोटीन करना है. फिर मैंने इसके बाद वो करना है मिनरल्स, और फिर वो ब्रांच चेन कीटो एसिड और वो क्रिएटिन, वो तो आधे घंटे में हो जाएगा दोनों. नाइट्रिक एम्ब्रियो प्लस हिस्टो. शिट हाँ, मेरा इसके बाद एम्ब्रियो हिस्टो बाकी है. एम्ब्रियो हिस्टो ख़त्म करना है. तुम्हारा ज़्यादा है यार, तुम सो नहीं पाओगे अनलेस तुम्हारी तैयारी अच्छी. ब्लॉक 3 अभी हो यार. तुम्हारे ब्लॉक 3 में नंबर भी बड़े अच्छे आए थे. तुम ड्रामे बंद करो फिर. ओके, मैंने ब्लॉक 3 की तैयारी सही नहीं की थी. सेंड मी एनर्जी ड्रिंक. नो बेटा प्लीज़. फाइब्रस प्रोटीन्स शुरू करते हैं. फाइब्रस प्रोटीन स्ट्रक्चरल प्रोटीन होते हैं. द इनसॉल्युबल एलोंगेटेड स्ट्रक्चरल प्रोटीन्स. उसमें कोलेजन है, प्रोवाइड स्ट्रेंथ, फाउंड इन स्किन, कनेक्टेड टिश्यू, बोन. ठीक है. इलास्टिन है, इलास्टिसिटी. डू यू नो इफ यू डोंट नीड एनर्जी ड्रिंक्स? ओके प्लीज़ chat, I'd request you to please stay family friendly, you know, or mods might have to ban you. Mods ban him. Dopamine does the job. You know, dopamine is actually gets synthesized by vitamin C. Vitamin C is needed for dopamine synthesis. Not dopamine synthesis, dopamine conversion into norepinephrine. Dopamine to norepinephrine में vitamin C की ज़रूरत होती है. Yes, beta hydroxylase. Wow. Yeah, man, you know why you snake, man. Anyways, अच्छा collagen strength देता है, elasticity, contrast with globular proteins, fibrous structural repetitive sequences, regular secondary structures. क्या दूँ? रूम टूर? क्यों दूँ रूम टूर? ये सामने है ना रूम, ये लो. चलो ये रूम टूर है मेरा. दिस इज़ माई बेड जो अभी बिखरा है, सो के उठ के पड़ा हूँ. ये है वो जाने माज, वो पड़ा है चारपाई, मिनी चारपाई. ये पेंटिंग है बड़ी सी. ये 2 शीशे हैं, ये ऊपर 2 वो हैं. यहाँ अटैच बाथरूम पड़ा है अंदर. वेरी हम्बल रूम. लाइट दिखाऊँ? कौन सी लाइट दिखाऊँ? ये जो ऊपर लगी हुई है छोटी वाली, छोटी वाली. लेट के देखो, स्क्रीन शॉट लोगे, अरे क्या करना है. चलो मैं बता देता हूँ. होता है ना, my guitar guy. ये बहुत होता खुश हो गए? Collagen, triple helical protein which 3 alpha chains bind around each other to form a rigid rope-like structure. Multiple types of collagen, each adapted to this specific thing. ठीक है. There are 3 major categories: fibril forming collagens, network forming collagen, fibril associated collagen. Oh my. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 are fibril forming. 4 and 7 are network forming. And fibril associated are 9 and 12. Okay. Fibril forming collagen assemble into linear rope-like fibrils. Striations. These fibrils are designed for tensile strength. Type 1 is found in tendon, skin, cornea, bone. Type 2 is in type 1 skin, bone, tendon. Type 2 is in cartilage. Type 3 is in blood vessels. अच्छा चलो 1 बोन होगी ना, ठीक है. बोन के नीचे क्या होता है? कार्टिलेज. तो टाइप 1 इज बोन, टाइप 2 इज कार्टिलेज. टाइप 3 कार्टिलेज के नीचे क्या होता है? वेसल्स होती हैं, तो ब्लड वेसल्स. टाइप 1 2 3. We're done with type 1 2 3. W. Type 1 2 3 are fibril forming collagens. They form fibril striations, and they're designed for tensile strength. Type 1 is found in bones. Type 2 is found in cartilage. Type 3 is found in blood vessels. बोन के साथ टेंडन भी होती हैं, ऐसे टेंडन भी लिख देते हैं टाइप 1 में. फिर network forming collagens. These form flexible 3-dimensional networks rather than fibril. like a network. You get a network. And we have type 4 and type 7. Type 4 is in the basement membrane. Type 7 beneath stratified squamous epithelium. I don't like this. Type 9 is cartilage. Type 12 is tendon. Type 9 and type 12. Cartilage is type 9, tendon. I was just going rebinding it now. Type 9 is cartilage, type 12 is tendon. Cartilage was actually type 2, huh? Wowie, wowie. No, I was wrong. Do I really gotta do all of this? Are you serious right now, bro? The Pakistani speed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Type 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12. 12 is found in. 12 is found in tendon, and 9 is found in cartilage. Fibril associated collagen. Do not form fibrils in cell but attach to fibril surfaces to link fibrils to other matrix components. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12. 1 is found in skin and bone. Oh my goodness, this makes sense. 2 is found in no. 2 is found in cartilage. 2 is found in cartilage. 3 is in blood vessels. 4 is in basement membrane. 7 is. Okay. Let's think about it logically. Type 4. If it's a basement membrane, what's above the basement membrane? The stratified squamous epithelium. So that's type 7. Just makes sense. Everything is just making sense. Type 4, type 7. You know, 7 is above 4 in terms of hierarchy as well. Just gotta think of it in that way. And then we got fibril associated, type 9 and type 12. We're just gonna flip up types 1 and 2. Flip them up. Alright. So we've got fibril forming fibers. These are for tensile strength and they form like fibers literally. As the name suggests, we've got type 1, which is found in bone and tendons and skin. Type 2, which is found in cartilage. Type 3, which is found in blood vessels and fetal skin. And we have network forming fibrils, network forming collagens, and these they just form 3D networks, provide structure support or some shit. We got type 4 and we got type 7. Type 4 is found in basement membrane. Type 7 is found beneath the stratified squamous epithelium. Then we have. Then we've got we've got fibril associated collagens. We've got type 9. We've got type 12. Type 9 is with collagen. Type 12 is with tendon ligaments. Alright, that's it, but I'm not reading that shit again. Oh my god. Structure. Triple helical structure gives strength and stability, allowing it to serve as a primary structural protein in connective tissues. Post-translated modifications. Amino acid sequence. Collagen is rich in glycine and protein. Glycine being the smallest amino acid occurs at every third residue. Allows tight packing chains. I don't like this. I don't like this, guys. I don't like this, guys. Guys, I don't like these guys. Guys, I don't like these guys. Oh no, guys. Every third residue is glycine. That's tight packing of the 3 chains. Proline, commonly at the reduce kinks that favor helical conformation. Hydroxypro. Triple helical structure. 3 alpha chains collaterally form a rigid rope-like helix. Contrast to global which fold into compact. Hydroxylate. These unusual amino acids residues. Hydroxyprotein stabilizes the triple helix by maximizing hydrogen bonds. Hydroxylysine residues can glycosylation. Hydroxylysine can vapor. Lactose, the modification occurs before triple helix assembly and affects fibril organ. Thanks. The external position of side chain facilitates interactions between collagen molecules. The external position of side chains facilitates interactions. Yeah, hi, how are you? No, I'm good. No, I'm good, man. Fuck you, man. No, man. Alpha helix. Collagen biosynthesis is complex process, both intracellular events. Collagen genes are transcribed from RNA. Versus formation of alpha gene. Collagen genes are transcribed into mRNA in the mRNA related on ribosomes attached to rough endoplasmic reticulum. Okay, so the genes for pro alpha 1, pro alpha 2 chains are transcribed into mRNAs. Bro. Okay, so the genes for pro alpha 1 and pro alpha 2 are so the genes for pro alpha 1 and pro alpha 2 get transcribed into the mRNA. Then it goes to the rough endoplasmic reticulum and gets translated into pre-pro alpha chain. This then goes inside of the rough endoplasmic reticulum where it gets cleaved into a pro alpha chain. Hydroxylation of protein and lysine occurs in the rough endoplasmic reticulum. Enzyme is prolyl hydroxylase, proline and lysyl hydroxylase. Cofactors requires oxygen, iron, and vitamin C. Function hydroxyproline. Hydroxylase stabilizes the triple helix, so hydroxylysine allows later glycosylation. Vitamin C do no hydroxyl unstable helix, weak collagen, scurvy. Glycosylation of hydroxylysine residue, glucose or galactose before triple helix. Mind you, we're still in the pro alpha chain. Okay. So the first 3 steps, let's just do it again once more. Bismillah. So we have the genes for the pro. Really, it is pro. Pro alpha. So the genes for the pro alpha 1 and pro alpha 2 chains, they get transcribed from DNA into mRNA, and this mRNA goes to the rough endoplasmic reticulum where it's translated into the pre-pro alpha chain. This pre-pro alpha chain goes inside of the lumen of the rough endoplasmic reticulum where it's cleaved to form the pro alpha chain. Now this pro alpha chain, it gets hydroxylated. That means it gets its lysyl and prolyl residues get hydroxylated by prolyl hydroxylase or lysyl hydroxylase to hydroxylysyl or hydroxyprolyl, and this requires vitamin C, oxygen, and iron in the ferrous state. And hydroxyprolyl, what it does is it stabilizes the triple helix hydrogen bonds, and hydroxylysyl, it allows for glycosylation. Then after this glycosylation occurs, glucose or galactose attaches to the hydroxylysyl residue. Post-translational modification. And now we have first 3 steps are done. Assembly of pro collagen. So now we have the pro alpha 1. Alpha. At the C terminal propeptide regions, inter and interchange diphosphate. What? The 3-pro alpha chains they assemble by inter and intra disulfide bonds at the C-terminal propeptide extension. Propeptide. They're just okay. After this, we have the formation of procollagen. Procollagen begins. So at the C-terminal propeptide, we have the formation of disulfide bonds, inter and intracellular, inter and intra-chain disulfide bonds. After this occurs, we have the formation of triple helix. The winding occurs from C to N, and the C and N-terminal propeptides are unhelical. The rest is helical. Then this procollagen gets secreted. Procollagen is packaged in Golgi vesicle. Oh hell no, man. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Packed in Golgi vesicles and secreted into the extracellular space.
added this. So you can see here, I tried to simplify it a little bit for you. More of it. This is a little blurry. I hope it looks better on your version. 2.67 respectively.
Spotted. So weird.
Mr. Crap, how much you done with blood? Well, I'm done with physio. I'm done with gross. I'm done with vitamins. I'm done with globular proteins. I'm almost done with fibrous proteins. I just got, you could say two more actual chapters of biochem left, and then just 2 quick chapters, and then I just gotta do embryo, and I'm done. Can we have some W's in the chat for my progress? Can we have some W's in the chat for my dog? I got sick as fuck yesterday. I still am. Oh, you're cooked, bro. Dead ass is over. Was actually spamming W's, bro. How much do you have left? Like, genuinely everything you have to do? Like, or what? Oh, okay. Do physio quick, but you can do physio pretty quick. And embryo has to. What do you have left in physio? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you are cooked. I ain't giving false hope here. We ain't the false hope police. I coughed yesterday, starting choking when I got home. Yeah, I remember you were coughing during the exam a bit as well. Are you choking you? Is that the cough reflex? Is that the cough reflex which is sent over by the afferents of the vagus nerve? And then it causes closure of the glottis, and then forced expiration, and then opening of the glottis, and 100 mile per hour wind speeds outside? Is that the cuff reflex right there? I just got 43, 44, 45. And 85? Causing chest pain? Why is your diaphragm higher than cuff reflex? What is bro on about? Nobody's studying sports physio, bro. Ain't nobody. Diaphragm? The diaphragm's not involved in expiration, buddy. Isn't that the internal intercostals and the abdominal muscles, rectus abdominis and shit? I think you're kind of mixing up things, buddy. Diaphragm is for you. Why do you inhale 2.5? I feel like your cough is kind of sus, bro. My cough does not. It does not. I don't inhale in my cough that much. I just like. Okay, maybe. I don't know. What am I doing? Pro. I don't believe your guiding fact. I don't believe your guiding facts. Anyway, so in the beginning we got pro alpha 1, pro alpha 2 chain that gets transcribed from the DNA into mRNA. This mRNA goes to the rough endoplasmic reticulum. Here it becomes pre-pro alpha chain. It gets translated to pre-pro alpha chain. This goes inside of the rough endoplasmic reticulum, gets cleaved into a pro alpha chain. The pro alpha chain in the gets hydroxylated. The lysine and proline residue is hydroxylated. Forms hydroxyprolyl and hydroxylysyl residue. Hydroxyprolyl is for triple helix stabilization. Hydroxylysyl is for glycosylation. This all requires vitamin C, iron, and oxygen. Then we have glycosylation. Glucose or galactose gets added to the hydroxylysyl residue. Then we have formation of the procollagen, which is the triple helix. Triple helix formation occurs at the C terminal propeptides. We have the formation of disulfide bonds in inter and intra chain disulfide bonds, and this makes winding, which occurs from the C to N direction. And the C terminal and N terminal propeptides are not helical. Then this structure gets packaged into Golgi vesicles and excreted out of the cell. Good luck, good luck. Continuing this shit, we've got 2 more steps left. 3 more steps, you could say. Extracellular cleavage by procollagen peptidases. N and C terminal propeptides are cleaved, yields tropocollagen molecules. Parallel array. Lysyl oxidase. Ah. Hmm. Tropocollagen self-assembles into fibrils. Cross-link formation occurs with the help of the enzyme lysyl oxidase, which is copper-dependent. Oxidatively deaminates some lysine hydroxylate lysine residues, forming a lysine and hydroxy. Lysine. L-lysine, hydroxy L-lysine. These condense with the neighboring residues for covalent crosslinks. Menkes disease, defective lysyl oxidase, weak connective tissue. Forms covalent cross L-lysine, lysyl oxidase, L, hydroxy L-lysine. Neighboring residues for covalent crosslinks. Okay, from the beginning to the end. Collagen synthesis from the start, we have the transcription of the pro-alpha and pro-alpha 1 and pro-alpha 2 chains. These pro-alpha 2 mRNA molecules go to the rough endoplasmic reticulum where they are translated into pro-alpha chain, pre-pro-alpha chain. Pre-pro-alpha chain goes inside of the lumen of the rough endoplasmic reticulum where it gets converted into gets cleaved into a pro-alpha chain. Pro-alpha chain then gets hydroxylated by by the lysine and proline is hydroxylated by lysyl hydroxylase and prolyl hydroxylase into hydroxylysyl and hydroxyprolyl, and this requires copper, vitamin C, and oxygen. So the hydroxyprolyl, what it does is it stabilizes the triple helix formation, triple helix with hydrogen bonds. Hydroxylysyl it serves as attachment for glycosylation. Then this glycosylation occurs, glucose and galactose are added to the hydroxylysyl residue, and then what happens is we have the formation of the first triple helix, which is the pro-collagen molecule. What happens is that we have the formation of disulfide bonds at the C-terminal propeptide, inter and intra-chain disulfide bonds. Okay, and then we have binding from the C to N terminal, and this leaves the C and N terminal propeptides unhelical. The center becomes helical. Then we have the packaging of this pro-collagen molecule into Golgi vesicles and excreted out of the cell into the ECF. And in the ECF, what happens is first the C and N terminal propeptides, they're cleaved by peptidases, and then the remaining molecule is called tropocollagen, and this assembles their self-assembly linearly into fibrils, which then cross-link together with the help of the enzyme lysyl oxidase, which is copper dependent. Deficiency leads to Menkes disease. Anywho, this converts lysine or hydroxylysyl lysine into L-lysine and hydroxy-L-lysine, which forms the cross-linking. Oh my goodness, now degradation. Pharmacollagens are highly stable molecules having half-lives, however connected tissue. Collagen is dependent on proteolytic of collagenases, which are part of family metalloproteinases. Collagen cleaves one quarter length fragment. Their fragments are further proteinases. Collagenopathies are a group of genetic disorders caused by defects in collagen synthesis, processing, or structure. Genetic caused by defects in collagen synthesis, processing, or structure. EDS oxygenation imperfection. अभी तक यहाँ ही हो? हाँ, बीच में ब्रेक ली थी मैंने. ये चैप्टर पहली बार पढ़ रहा हूँ. मेरी होगी फिजिक्स. नाइस. तो मैं बताऊँ ऐसे कैसे होता है कोलेजन सिंथेसिस. अभी मैं बताता हूँ, देखे बगैर बताऊँगा तुम्हें. ठीक है जी. सबसे पहले जो है हमारे प्रो अल्फा 1 और प्रो अल्फा 2 चेन बनेंगे, ट्रांसक्राइब होंगे फ्रॉम इनसाइड ऑफ दी डीएनए. उसके फिर एमआरएनए बनेगा. ये एमआरएनए जाएगा फिर रफ एंडोप्लाज्मिक रेटिकुलम में. यहाँ पे जाके इसकी ट्रांसलेशन होगी एंड इट विल फॉर्म प्री प्रो अल्फा चेन. फिर ये प्री प्रो अल्फा चेन जाएंगे रफ एंडोप्लाज्मिक रेटिकुलम के लूमेन के अंदर. यहाँ इनकी प्रोटीलिटिक क्लीवेज होगी और फिर यहाँ फिर फॉर्म होगा हमारा प्रो अल्फा चेन. अब ये प्रो अल्फा चेन के ऊपर हाइड्रोक्सिलेशन होगी. उसकी लाइसिन और प्रोलिन रेजिड्यू पे वही उसके एंजाइम है लाइसाइल हाइड्रोक्सिलेज और प्रोलाइल हाइड्रोक्सिलेज. कॉपर डिपेंडेंट है, आयरन डिपेंडेंट है, फेरस आयरन डिपेंडेंट और ऑक्सीजन डिपेंडेंट है. फिर फॉर्म होगा हमारा हाइड्रोक्सीलाइसिन और हाइड्रोक्सीप्रोलिन. हाइड्रोक्सीप्रोलिन जो है वो ट्रिपल हेलिक्स की स्टेबलाइजेशन करता है हाइड्रोजन बॉन्ड के थ्रू. हाइड्रोक्सीलाइसिन जो है वो इट्स एक्ट्स एज अ साइट फॉर ग्लाइकोसाइलेशन. उसके बाद ग्लाइकोसाइलेशन होंगे, ग्लूकोज या गैलेक्टोज आके ऐड होगा. could add maybe or not add depends on hydroxylysine residue पे. उसके बाद फिर we have the formation of triple helix in the form of pro collagen. और ये होगा किस तरह के जो सी टर्मिनल प्रोपेप्टाइड है उसके अंदर इंटर और इंट्रा चेन डाइसल्फाइड बॉन्ड्स प्रेजेंट होंगे और फिर वाइंडिंग होगी हेलिकल वाइंडिंग फ्रॉम द सी टू एन डायरेक्शन. और फिर जो सी टर्मिनल एंड है और एन टर्मिनल एंड है वो फिर भी नॉन हेलिकल रहता है, लेकिन जो बीच वाला पार्ट है वो हेलिकल बन जाता है. और फिर ये स्ट्रक्चर जो है ऐसे प्रो कोलेजन कहता है वो पैक होता है इन गोल्जी वेसिकल्स एंड गेट्स सिक्रेटेड इनटू द ईसीएफ. ईसीएफ में सबसे पहले जो सी और एन टर्मिनल प्रोपेप्टाइड्स जो थे प्री प्रोपेप्टाइड्स थे जो कि हेलिकल नहीं थे, उनकी क्लीवेज होती है बाय पेप्टाइडेजेस. और फिर जो रिमेनिंग स्ट्रक्चर से कहते हैं हम ट्रोपोकोलेजन. फिर ये ट्रोपोकोलेजन जो है इसके अंदर फिर ये सेल्फ असेंबल होते हैं इनटू लीनियर स्ट्रक्चर्स फाइब्रल्स. और फिर इनकी क्रॉस लिंकिंग होती है क्रॉस फाइब्रल फॉर्मेशन विद द एंजाइम लाइजाइल ऑक्सीडेज, लाइजाइल ऑक्सीडेज खाली. एंड दिस इज कॉपर डिपेंडेंट. यहाँ डिफिशिएंसी होगी तो मेंकिस डिजीज़ होगा. और फिर इसमें बेसिकली जो लाइसिन या हाइड्रोक्सीलाइसिन है इट गेट्स कन्वर्टेड इनटू द एल्डिहाइड फॉर्म एल लाइसिन या हाइड्रोक्सी एल लाइसिन. इसी वजह से क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉसिबल होती है. और फिर ये हमारा बन गया कोलेजन स्ट्रक्चर. वाओ. That's if Sir Amir asks me this question, how many puppy he will give me if I say this answer? Please tell me. Oh my days. Continue here. Wasn't that good? Please tell me that was good, buddy. Please. Hello. 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 Oh, hello. चलो. Collagenopathies we have EDS and osteogenesis imperfecta. EDS जो है collagen processing enzyme lysyl hydroxylase या pro collagen peptidase. No man. Can you ban me? कर सकता हूँ ban तुम्हें. ये रहा. Hired user on this chat. हाइड हो सकते हो. हाइड होना चाहते हो? No. No, my friend. अपने साथ ना एसोसिएट होकर मेरा लेवल ऊपर है. ओह माय डेज. वाओ गाइस, व्हाट अ चैड. Deficiency in the collagen processing enzymes, mutations in collagen genes, type 3 collagen, yeah, type 1, 5. What is lathyrus odoratus? This is nothing. You're just making it up. There is nothing as lathyrus odoratus. You are making it up. I'll search now. Lathyrus odoratus. Making up. Lathyrus or odoratus. एक स्वीट पी क्या क्या कर रहे हो भाई तुम कहाँ से निकाल रहे हो चीज़ें क्या है क्या स्क्रॉल अप रीड द साइड बॉक्स अच्छा अच्छा स्ट्रेची स्किन है ना लेथरल कहाँ से आ गया स्किन एक्सटेंसिबिलिटी तो हो रही है एडीएस में इस बुक में नहीं है हाँ रोना बंद करो ना फिर laterally what is bro saying hyperextensible skin misfolded what is bro saying latherism lathyrus gene legumes such as grass pea very reversible paralysis of lower limbs osteochondral connective tissue disorder affects animals caused by different toxins sweet pea skeletal deformities and weakness ठीक है क्या करूँ मैं इसका मेरा मेरा मतलब नहीं this will not come in exam beta please stop beta please be quiet beta okay so we've got collagenopathies hyperextensible fragile skin DS में joint hyper poor wound healing vascular complication I saved an MCQ oh thank you sir dance for me थोड़े पैसे दे दो डांस करूँगा मैं तो नहीं brittle bone disease group of inherited disorders characterized by fragile bones osteogenesis imperfecta oh यार ये तो एम्ब्रियो में नहीं था अभी मैंने एम्ब्रियो पढ़ी नहीं एम्ब्रियो में था mutations in alpha 1 alpha 2 genes हाँ type 1 collagens बस क्यों रहा है यार तू समझ नहीं आती तुम्हारी type 1 type 2 osteogenesis alpha 1 alpha 2 genes type 1 collagen plays glycine bulky amino acids preventing टाडा है टाइप 2 सीवियर है टाइप 1 वो है टाडा का जेनेटिक जरूरी नहीं है बोलना टाइप 1 इज माइल्डेस्ट फॉर्म डिक्रीज टाइप 1 फॉलो अर्ली फ्रैक्चर्स ब्लू स्क्लेरा ओह द ब्लू स्क्लेरा हियरिंग लॉस मरी ले जाओ मुझे चलेंगे मोस्ट सीवियर म्यूटेंट कॉलेजेस lethal न्यूट्रोन ओ यार लास्ट में करना है व्हाट द हेल मैन लास्ट टाइम तो छोटा था ना लेकिन let's see elastin fibers protein elasticity stretch and recoil function like a rubber band elastic fibers composites of elastin like a protein micro blah 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 lungs large arteries elastic ligaments elastin synthesizes soluble tropoelastin glycine acid valine feed injections separate hold on to scaffold of microfibrils by fibrillin 1 cross linking of elastin occurs extracellular lysyl oxidase which then forms unique links called desmosine yaar kya cheeze hain desmosine these desmosine bridges interconnect elastin molecules in a 3D network allowing them to stretch in multiple directions and recoil once interconnect elastin 3D network stretch mutations in fibrillin 1 from microfibrils are found in oh my goodness skeletal muscle abnormalities long limbs ocular changes and life threatening cardiovascular Oh no. We have tropoelastin. Okay. So you can actually sorry where it is deposited like fibrillin 1, lysyl oxidase, desmosines, interconnect into 3D. Okay, we've got tropoelastin, which is secreted into extracellular fluid. This tropoelastin then goes on to fibrillin 1, deposits onto fibrillin 1, where it gets oxidized. ये क्या oxidized होता है? Fibrillin 1, and then cross-linking occurs because of the enzyme lysyl oxidase, which is copper dependent, and this forms desmosines. Desmosines then interconnect into a 3D network. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, it's released as tropoelastin, which then deposits onto fibrillin 1, and then cross-linking occurs because of lysyl oxidase, which forms desmosines. Desmosines then interconnect with each other, forming the 3D mesh network. Elastic. Role of alpha 1 antitrypsin. Elastin, once depositive, is long-lived. Is normal degradation. However, is elastase a furin protein? Elastase can destroy alveolar walls, leading to loss of emphysema. To prevent this, vitamin alpha 1 antitrypsin, which is an antiproteinase, plasma. Synthesized in the liver. Gene protease inhibitor. Okay, we're done. Tropoelastase, fibrillin, desmosine. Okay. Once more for collagen. Pro alpha 1, pro alpha 2, pre pro alpha 1, pro alpha 1 hydroxylated. Forms pro collagen, C, and blah blah blah. Packaged outside. Peptidases. On it. Tropocollagen, boom, lysyl oxidase, done. Okay. ये भी हो गया, वो भी हो गया, वो भी हो गया. Now we have to do vitamins. Vitamins chapter I don't get though. I think I have on my phone. I'm gonna give myself a 10-minute break. क्या? वो क्या? क्या? घर हम खरीद लें फिर? घर ना खरीद लें? We got leucine, isoleucine, and valine. Branch chain amino acids, isoleucine, leucine, and valine are essential amino acids. In contrast to other amino acids, they are found by the peripheral tissues, muscle, liver, because these are amino acids that have similar route of catabolism. It's convenient to describe them as a group: transamination, oxidative decarboxylation, and dehydrogenation. Removal of the amino groups from all three amino acids, transamination, is catalyzed by a single vitamin B6 requiring enzyme branch chain amino acid aminotransferase. Branch chain amino acid aminotransferase. Transamination. The name transamination. Transfer the amine groups. Amino groups. Branch chain amino acid aminotransferase. Branch chain amino acid aminotransferase. Forms alpha keto acids. Methyl. Transamination. Alright, so first we have transamination. We transfer the amino group from leucine, isoleucine, and valine to form an alpha keto acid. And this requires branch chain amino acid aminotransferase, which is paradoxal phosphate requiring. And okay, now we form alpha keto acids. Remove oxidative decarboxylation. Removal of the carboxyl group. Single multi-enzyme compound branch chain alpha keto acid dehydrogenase complex. Okay. This complex uses thiamine pyrophosphate, lipoic acid, fat, NAD, CoA acid enzymes, thiamine pyrophosphate, lipoic acid.
Oh no!
Fidenity CoA acid enzymes, thiamine pyrophosphate. Similar to the conversion pyruvate dehydrogenase. Inherited deficiency of branch chain alpha keto acid dehydrogenase results in accumulation of the branch chain alpha keto acid substrate in the good authors product in the name able to repeat. Branch chain alpha keto acid dehydrogenase results in accumulation of the sweet branch chain alpha keto acid substrates in the urine. Their sweet odor prompted the name maple syrup urine disease. Branch chain alpha keto acid dehydrogenase. Oxidation of the end of the products formed in the above reactions. Alpha saturated acyl CoA derivatives. Alpha beta unsaturated acyl CoA derivatives. Alpha beta unsaturated. Alpha beta unsaturated acyl CoA derivatives. This reaction delinked dehydrogenation, deoxidation. With the feed order. Alright, for now we have transamination, we have leucine, isoleucine, and valine. Transamination transfer of the amino group forming alpha keto acids. This enzyme for this is branched chain amino acid aminotransferase. This requires paradoxal phosphate. Now that we have oxidative decarboxylation, this requires the enzyme branched chain alpha keto acid dehydrogenase. So the alpha keto acids, they get decarboxylated, and this enzyme, it requires thiamine, requires fat, requires NAD, requires coenzyme A, and requires lipoic acid. And deficiency of this enzyme is in maple syrup urine disease, and leads to sweet odor in urine because of the alpha keto acid accumulation. And then we have fad-linked dehydrogenation. If we have, they just get dehydrogenated and they form alpha beta unsaturated acyl-CoA derivatives. Deficiency causes sweaty feet. Isovaleryl-CoA, feet order. Metabolism of isoleucine ultimately yields acetyl-CoA and succinyl-CoA. Both ketogenic and glucogenic. Valine yields succinyl-CoA and is glucogenic. Amino acids. And is glucogenic. Valine succinyl-CoA and is glucogenic. Leucine is ketogenic. Ketoacetate and acetone. Acetoacetate and acetate. What about creatine now? Rare autosomal recessive. Function, feeding problems, vomiting, dehydration, severe metabolic acidosis, mental retardation, even death. Classic type and several variant types. Classic is the most common type. Leukocytes or cloxoskin fibroblast. Patient show little or no activity. I love that. Thiamine dependent variant. We need creatine now. Creatine fast. Arginine and glycine make guanidino acetate. Bro, it's such a stupid name. Whoever made it. Creatine phosphate, phosphocreatine, the phosphorylated derivative of creatine. High energy compound. Okay. Transfer to ADP. Minutes of amount of creatine phosphate. This creatine is synthesized from glycine, guanidino, amino acid. Glycine and guanidino group of arginine. Glycine and arginine from guanidino acetate. Glycine and arginine from guanidino acetate. Yeah. Methyl group from SAM. Amidino transferase guanidino. Guanidino group. Amidino transferase. Ornithine is released. And then we have guanidino acetate. SAM donates. Methyl transferase. Creatine. Glycine and arginine to form guanidino acetate. Guanidino acetate then forms creatine. Methyl transferase and amidino amidino transferase. Kinase in the blood and good. Creatine and creatine phosphate spontaneously cyclize at a low but constant rate to form creatinine, which is excreted in the urine. The amount of creatine excreted is proportional to total creatine phosphate content in the body, and that's going to be less when creatinine. Rise in blood creatinine. Rapidly removed from the blood. So arginine and glycine make guanidino acetate. Guanidino acetate makes creatine by SAM methyl transferase. Arginine and glycine by amidino transferase. Creatine phosphate. ATP. We're done. Alhamdulillah. Alright, we're done with biochemistry. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna biochemistry. How many chapters are we? Have a look. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We're done with 7 chapters of biochem. There's one left, but we don't need to do it. And now we're gonna head on to some embryology. But I'm gonna do that I'm done. Diaphragm and thoracic cavity. One, two, three, four. 4 pages here. We're gonna start with a diaphragm. Seven. Okay. So we're done with biochemistry, we're done with physiology, we're done with gross anatomy. Now all we have left is embryology and histology. Okay, making me feel a bit confident. I'm gonna take a 30-minute break and I'll be back, guys. Alright. Okay. Starting embryo now.
Blazing up your herb to escape the maze. Blazing up your herb to escape the maze. Blazing up your herb to escape the maze.
Right. Diaphragm and thoracic cavity. Diaphragm begins as a septum transversum, thick plate of mesodermal tissue located between the thoracic cavity, stalk of the yolk sac, and the early embryo. Thoracic cavity, stalk of the yolk sac, and the embryo. Septum transverse originates from the visceral mesoderm. Mesoderm. Visceral mesoderm. Surrounding the developing. As the embryo undergoes cranial folding, it shifts caudally library.
Blazing up your herb to escape the maze. Blazing up your herb to escape the maze. Blazing up your herb to escape the maze.
Visceral mesoderm between the thoracic cavity and the yolk stalk. However, this early septum does not complete the cavity from the large opening for the pericardio-peritoneal. 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 Canals. As the lung buds grow from the pericardium. Okay, the septum transversum, which is made from the visceral mesoderm, and it separates the abdominal cavity from the uh, yolk stalk, yolk sac. But it's not separate the. If there's integral, they expand cartilage in the pericardium. Both of them, pericardial, peritonal, now become too small. Pericardio-peritoneal canals. The lung bud goes from the fold, they expand in the pericardio-peritoneal. Eventually, pleuropericardial fold. Which is mesoderm of the body wall. Remember? Common cardinal. Phrenic nerves. Any video for this? Hard to understand. Formation. See. We have the septum transversum, which forms from the visceral or splanchnic mesoderm, separates the abdominal cavity, primitive abdominal cavity, primitive thoracic cavity, and but it does not completely separate them. There's still an opening present bilaterally called the called the pericardial peritoneal canals. And when the lung buds go through these canals, expand ventrally, dorsally, and laterally, causing these canals to form pleuropericardial pleuropericardial folds, pleuropericardial folds, which then sequentially form the wall of the thorax and pleuropericardial. In the common cardinal vein. Pericardial peritoneal and then pleuropericardial. That's two things. The only two. This seems complex because there's many like contain the common cardinal veins and the phrenic nerves. For the mid pleuropericardial membranes are drawn. Cardial cavity and pericardial, fibrous pericardium. Cervical and most of vital is where the Okay, bismillah. So we have a septum transversum, which separates the primitive thoracic cavity from the primitive abdominal cavity. This septum transversum, it does not completely separate them because there's canals present bilaterally, one on each side, laterally present, called the pericardial peritoneal canals. Now, through these canals, when the lung buds grow, they grow through these canals. And when the lung buds they expand ventrally, caudally, and laterally. So they just expand like this. And this expansion, it causes the formation of pleuroperitoneal folds. And these folds sequentially form pleuroperitoneal, form a pleuroperitoneal membrane and the thoracic wall of the thoracic wall of the thoracic cavity. And the pleuropericardial folds and pleuropericardial. What? Pleuropericardial membranes, which are extensions that contain the common cardinal vein and the phrenic nerves. Now, over time, as the heart develops and repositions, the sinus venosus also moves center. What happens is we have the formation of the definitive pericardium and two pleural cavities. Pericardial cavity. Pleuropericardial membranes from the fibrous pericardium. All a lot to digest. None to digest. My goodness. But that's the thing about diaphragm. Remember, it's just so heavy. They're small texts. Initially, we have a septum transversum, which is formed. It's a mesodermal. It's mesodermal of origin, specifically from derives from the splanchnic visceral mesoderm. This separates the primitive thoracic cavity from the primitive abdominal cavity. It does not separate completely because bilaterally we have the presence of the pericardio-peritoneal canals. Pericardio-peritoneal canals. Pericardio-peritoneal canals. Now, through these canals, the lung buds they grow out of. They go through these canals and they grow laterally, caudally, and ventrally. Laterally, caudally, and ventrally. And upon their expansion, we have the formation of pleuropericardial folds. These folds then ultimately form the thoracic wall of the thoracic cavity and the pleuropericardial membrane. The pleuropericardial membrane contains the common cardinal vein and the phrenic nerves. And as the heart it repositions, it grows and represents, and the common cardinal vein repositions, it causes the formation of the definitive pericardial cavity and two pleural cavities. And the adult remnant of the pleuropericardial membrane is the fibrous pericardium. Okay. Oh my goodness. Formation of the diaphragm itself. So the two pleural cavities separated from the brain remain in open communication with the peritoneal cavity. Abdominal cavity by the pericardio-peritoneal canal. Closure of these openings is essential for the diaphragm to form. Complete partition in these essential between the thoracic and abdominal cavity. The 5th week of development. Crescent-shaped pleuroperitoneal folds. Pleuroperitoneal folds arise from the posterior body wall. We had the pleuropericardial folds. Now we have the pleuroperitoneal folds. Aha. Oh wait, it just makes sense. Hold on. Peritoneal. Remnant. Main open connection with the peritoneal cavity, abdominal cavity through the pericardio-peritoneal canals. Closure of these is essential. So by the 5th week, as the crescent-shaped pleuroperitoneal folds arise. Before it was pleuropericardial, now it's pleuroperitoneal folds rise from the posterior body wall and project into the caudal end of each pericardio-peritoneal. Oh. These folds, pleuroperitoneal folds, they expand to form pleuroperitoneal membranes. Oh, it's the same thing, which grow medially and fuse with septum transversum and dorsal mesentery of the esophagus. Floor of the diaphragm. By the 7th week, two peritoneal membranes fuse completely with each other and mesentery esophagus, thus closing out the pericardial peritoneal canals, separating the pleural cavities from the peritoneal cavity. The central tendon of the diaphragm develops from the structure. The peripheral wall of the diaphragm forms the myoblasts that migrate inward from the body wall. The myoblasts originate from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical somites, which explain why the phrenic nerve supplies the okay. As the embryo grows, differential growth between the dorsal. Well, that makes so much sense, man. Genuinely makes sense. I haven't even revised it because I'm going to try to do it from the beginning, from the start. Bismillah. So we have a septum transversum, which derived from the visceral mesoderm, splanchnic mesoderm. This separates the abdominal cavity from the peritoneal, the thoracic cavity from the abdominal or peritoneal cavity. But it does not do it completely because we still have two bilaterally present canals called the pericardio-peritoneal canals. These canals, through them, when the lung buds they go through these canals and they expand. They expand laterally, they expand caudally, and they expand ventrally. So this expansion, what it does, it causes the formation of pleuropericardial folds. These folds then these folds they ultimately form two structures. They form one, the wall of the thoracic cavity, and two, they form pleuropericardial membranes. Pleuropericardial membrane contain the common cardinal veins and the phrenic nerve. Okay. And then when the heart decides to descends down, the common cardinal vein, it positions towards the center, and this causes movement of the pleuropericardial membrane to form the final complete definitive pericardial cavity and two pleural cavities. A little remnant of pleuropericardial membrane is the fibrous pericardium. Oh my goodness, man. That was very, very intense. Now, by the 5th week, although the pericardial cavities and pleural cavities are separated, the thoracic cavity and abdominal cavity still have connection because of the pericardio-peritoneal canals. So by the 5th week, what happened? We have the formation of the pleuroperitoneal folds, which expand from the posterior body wall, and they go towards the pericardio-peritoneal canals. And by the 7th week, they fuse medially with the septum transversum and the dorsal mesentery. These folds, they form membrane. That's it. Expansion of the lung, the mesoderm of the body. Okay, by the 7th week, they form pleuroperitoneal membranes, which fuse medially with the septum transversum and the dorsal mesentery of the esophagus, ultimately forming the diaphragm, which separates the the thoracic cavity from the abdominal cavity. And also the central tendon is formed by this structure, which is formed the fusion of structures, and the muscles, natural muscles present around peripherally, are from myoblasts, which come from the C3, 4, and 5. diaphragmatic hernia, congenital. One of the more common malformations may be caused by shortness of formation of abdominal viscera herniate into the thoracic cavity. Frequent failure of the muscles to populate of the leaving weak area left side permits herniation of the abdominal organs such as stomach, intestines, liver, and spleen into the thoracic cavity because the peritoneal herniated organs of aplysia, mediastinum, and placed. Maybe displaced toward the right at this point. Alright, we're done with this. Just one more revision, and then I'll move on to the next chapter. Septum transversum, flanking mesoderm, thoracic cavity, abdominal cavity. Two openings bilaterally, pericardial, peritoneal canals. Okay, lung buds expand through it. Cause formation of pleuropericardial holes. This form the wall of the thoracic cavity and the pleuropericardial membranes, which contain the common cardinal vein and phrenic nerves. Phrenic nerve. Now, heart moves. Okay. Causing the formation of the definitive pericardial cavity and two pleural cavities. Pleuropericardial membrane forms the fibrous pericardium. Now, once this is done, the formation of the diaphragm itself. Diaphragm itself, it comes from the. There's still pericardio-peritoneal canal still opens. So now what happens is, by the 5th week, we have the formation of pleuroperitoneal holes from the body wall, which go to the caudal end of the pericardio-peritoneal canals. And by the 7th week, this pleuroperitoneal fold from pleuroperitoneal membranes, which then fuse medially with the septum transversum and the mesentery of the esophagus. This structure forms the central tendon. This thoracic and abdominal cavities. This structure also forms the central tendon, and the muscles in the periphery. The rest of the muscles, which are formed in the periphery, it's from the myoblasts migrating from the cranial P3, 4, and 5. Alhamdulillah. Oh my goodness. That was hard, man. I've got 4 more chapters, 4 more hours. But I did do this in 30 minutes. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Not doing any of that. Axial skeleton. We're not supposed to do the skull. Do what's below. Vertebral column. Very easy if I remember. I mean, literally just click goes up. Probably might even have a video on this. See what lip and What chapter is this? Chapter 10? And soulmates. Itome, sclerotome. Soulmates from the itome, sclerotome, dermatome. Go to development of to be honest, it's quite a short chapter. Might not even keep it on the video for this one. Muscle chapter is quite big, and howdy. Oh, we got 4 hours and just 4 chapters left. I'm feeling kind of happy, Loki. Okay, now talk about vertebra. Vertebra form from the skeletal portions of the somites. For actual mesoderm, typical vertebra consists of a vertebral arch and a foramen. Okay.
क्या करा है?
W's. They're from the somites from the paraxial mesoderm. Scleroderm cells migrate around the spinal cord. Oh, here you go. Scleroderm. Sclerotome. Dermatome. Ventrolateral and dorsal. Dorsomedial ventrolateral. Ventrolateral cells. Dorsomedial muscle cells. Dermatome. Sclerotome. Okay. During the 4th week, before the so for the dates I need to know for the diaphragm, for weeks 5 and week 7. Okay. During the 4th week, scleroderm cells migrate around the spinal cord and notochord. Meeting in the midline to form a continuous vertebral column. Continuous vertebral. Merge. Each sclerotome splits into a cranial and caudal half. The caudal half of one sclerotome fuses with the cranial half of the next. Caudal half of one sclerotome fuses with the cranial half of the next. Next, called resegmentation, reducing intersegmental vertices. Or degenerates. Nucleus pulpus. The concept. Annulus. Okay, so the vertebra, it develops from the sclerotome cells of from the sclerotome cells of the somites, which derive from the paraxial mesoderm. And these sclerotomes, they migrate towards the notochord and spinal cord, bridging between them. And they go in a process form of continuous vertebral column to form the vertebral column, and this goes under a process of resegmentation, in which the cranial half of one sclerotome fused with the cranial half of the next segmentation. This makes the intersegmental vertebra, and this arrangement allows myotomes to migrate in across the intervertebral discs, allowing for mobility. And the notochord, it degenerates where the vertebral bodies form, and it persists where they don't, so in the intervertebral disc, forming the nucleus pulpus, and it's surrounded by the constrictive fibrocartilage from the sclerotome, LD, and endless fibers. Thoracic curvature, cervical curvature, cervical and lumbar. Cervical and lumbar curvatures. Okay. Clinical correlates vertebral defects. Scoliosis, lateral curvature due to asymmetric vertebral triple fail sequence, vertebral short neck, spinal bifida. Unfused arches, no neural defect. Vertebral arches. Bony defect is called by scan. All tests to clear the vertebral arch and ribs and sternum. Bony portion of each rib is derived from the sclerotum cells that remain in the mesoderm and grow out from the costal processes vertebra. Will grow out. Costal cartilages are formed by sclerotum cells that migrate across the lateral somatic frontier into the adjacent lateral plate mesoderm. The sternum develops independently in the parietal layer of the lateral plate mesoderm. Hold on. Ribs develop from the sclerotum cell that remain in the paraxial mesoderm of the thoracic somites. Small costal processes grow laterally from the vertebra. These processes lengthen, and the cartilages are formed by sclerotum cells that migrate across the lateral somatic frontier into the lateral plate mesoderm. Sternum. Also plate mesoderm, ventral body wall, external bars, visual card, manubrium sternum. Okay. So the ribs are formed of the skeletal cells that remain in the paraxial mesoderm. Thoracic somites. Small costal processes start forming, start to appear. They go lateral from vertebra. They eventually form the bony ribs. Thoracic mesoderm, thoracic vertebra, costal processes form lateral from the bony ribs. Costal cartilages. Costal cartilages. Costal cartilages are formed They form from the sclerotums that migrate across the lateral somatic frontier into the lateral brain mesoderm. No, lateral brain mesoderm. The sternum, it forms from the sclerotum cells in the parietal layer of the lateral brain mesoderm, and they form sternal bars, ventral body wall, that go down longitudinally, longitudinal sternal bars, that fuse medially to form the fibrocartilage. Cartilaginous model of nervous sternum. Alright, so thoracic vertebra. The thoracic vertebra they derive from the sclerotum cells. From the sclerotum cells of the somites, which themselves derive from the paraxial mesoderm. And what happens is that in the fourth week, these sclerotum cells they migrate towards the notochord and spinal cord, and they fuse over there, forming the bridge over there, forming the vertebral column. And a process called resegmentation occurs, in which they split into cranial caudal halves, these vertebra, and the caudal half of one vertebra fuses with the cranial half of the next vertebra. This process is called and this forms intersegmented vertebral vertebra, and this allows myotomes to migrate and bridge across and myotomes to migrate and across the intervertebral disc to allow for spinal mobility. And the notochord degenerates in the place where the vertebral bodies are formed. Then it forms the nucleus pulpus in the intervertebral disc, and the fibrocartilage surrounding the nucleus pulpus is called the annulus fibrous, and it comes from these scleroderm cells. Then we've got the formation of ribs and sternum. So the ribs, the formation, it's from the remaining sclerotum cells in the thoracic vertebra, thoracic region. So these sclerotum cells, there's a formation of two costal processes which expand from the thoracic vertebra, which lengthen laterally and form the bony ribs. And the costal cartilage, it's formed from the sclerotum cells, which are in the from the sclerotum cells that cross the lateral somatic frontier into the lateral somatic frontier. Here into the mesoderm. And the sternum develop independently, so these form from the sclera themselves of the parietal layer of the lateral somatic mesoderm. Lateral plate mesoderm. The ventral body wall, the two sternal bands are formed. Rib defects. From lumbar cervical rib attaches to the seventh cranial vertebra. Across the brachioplex subclavian artery. Left sternum. The early layer of the sternal bar is diffuse. Thoracic organs are covered only by skin and soft tissue. Left sternum. Oh shit. Hypoplastic or diffuse sternum. Smooth cortiline heart defects. Actus excavatum. Depressed sternum projecting sternum. We've done this. Next chapter is our. This one's pretty. The muscular system. Is there a smaller chapter? One after it pretty long. The limb development. Oh, okay. Looks like it's just half of it. The rest is. Limb development and then probably the lung development. Gotta do muscle next, bro. Oh my goodness. It's a long one. What? 1, 2, 3. On like 4 or 5 pages. I mean, but that's gonna take an hour though. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though. Back. Studying a bit of embryo. To the development of the muscular system. Good. It is quite a bunch. I'll watch a video and then I'll read it on stand. I think the internet's kind of bad though right now. Do a speed test. I don't know how my stream's keeping up. Let us begin.
The muscular system starts taking shape when the embryo is just a The muscular system starts taking shape when the embryo is just a flat little pancake made up of two layers. The epiblast on the dorsal or back side, and the
Blast.
blast on the ventral or front side. A line called the primitive streak appears on the epiblast back of this two-layered creature. Cells migrate along the primitive streak during gastrulation, giving rise to a now three-layered embryo pancake, with each layer containing germ cells that form organs and tissues of the body. The ventral or bottom germ layer is called the endoderm. The dorsal or top germ layer is called the ectoderm. And the layer in between these two is called the mesoderm. Collectively, these germ cells give rise to all of the organs and tissues of the body. During week 3, the embryo transitions from a flat organism to a more tubular creature by folding along its longitudinal and lateral axes. At the same time, a solid rod of mesoderm called the notochord forms on the midline of the embryo. Above the notochord, the ectoderm invaginates to form the neural tube, an early precursor for the central nervous system. This is the embryo's first symmetry axis, and the mesoderm on either side of the neural tube differentiates into 3 distinct portions. Immediately flanking the neural tube, there's the
Paraxial mesoderm.
Next, there's the intermediate mesoderm. And finally, there's the lateral plate mesoderm. Between the cells of the lateral plate mesoderm, small gaps appear and coalesce to form the intraembryonic coelom, which is a cavity inside the embryo's body. This cavity separates the lateral plate mesoderm into 2 layers, a parietal layer in contact with the ectoderm, and a visceral layer in contact with the endoderm. The paraxial and lateral plate mesoderm gives rise to the skeletal muscles in our body. But before the mesoderm cells develop into skeletal muscle, they first organize into cell blocks called somites. Somites arise in pairs from a combination of paraxial mesoderm cells and mesenchyme, which is a soupy fetal tissue containing pluripotent cells. Somites arise in pairs from a combination of paraxial mesoderm cells and mesenchyme, which is a soupy fetal tissue containing pluripotent cell blocks called somites. Somites arise in pairs from a combination of paraxial mesoderm cells and mesenchyme, which is a soupy fetal tissue containing pluripotent cells. Around day 20 of development, somites start to form in the occipital region of the embryo, at the base of the head. Somites continue to form in the craniocaudal direction, going from the head to tail end of the embryo, with about 3 pairs forming each day. So the number of somite pairs can be used to determine the age of the embryo, kind of like counting the rings on a tree trunk. Up to about 40 pairs of somites form by the end of week 5. Some of these degenerate, while the rest go on to form bone and muscle structures. Alright, zooming back into the somites, they split and cells from the ventral portion form the sclerotome, which gives rise to the vertebrae and the ribs. Cells from the dorsomedial lip of the somite mix with some cells from the ventrolateral lip in the somite and form a new mixed tissue called the dermomyotome. Cells of the dermomyotome further differentiate into dermatome and myotome cells, which turn into the dermis layer of the skin and into muscles, respectively. Now, fast forwarding a tiny bit, the muscles of the myotome start to develop. And one way to categorize the muscles is according to their innervation. Each myotome develops along with a spinal nerve that emerges from the spinal cord and branches off into a ventral and a dorsal division. This divides the myotome into 2 muscle-forming regions. The first is the epimere, which gives rise to the muscles of the back, and is innervated by the dorsal rami, or back branch of the spinal nerves. The second is the hypomere, which gives rise to the muscles of the limbs and body wall, and is innervated by the ventral rami, or front branch of the corresponding spinal nerve, lateral somitic frontier, that separates the somites from the parietal mesoderm flanking them. Kind of like a border between two countries, this line splits embryonic mesoderm into two distinct territories, the primaxial domain and the abaxial domain. This divides briefly. Myotome. Cells of the dermomyotome further differentiate into dermatome and myotome cells, which turn into the dermis layer of the skin and into muscles, respectively. Now, fast forwarding a tiny bit, the muscles of the myotome start to develop. And one way to categorize the muscles is according to their innervation. Each myotome develops along with a spinal nerve that emerges from the spinal cord and branches off into a ventral and a dorsal division. Categorize the muscles, respectively. Now, fast forwarding a tiny bit, the muscles of the myotome start to develop. And one way to categorize the muscles is according to their innervation. Each myotome develops along with a spinal nerve that emerges from the spinal cord and branches off into a ventral and a dorsal division. This divides the myotome into two muscle-forming regions. The first is the epimere, which gives rise to the muscles of the back, and is innervated by the dorsal rami, or back branch of the spinal nerves. The second is the hypomere, which gives rise to the muscles of the limbs and body wall, and is innervated by the ventral rami, or front branch of the corresponding spinal nerve. Now, another way to categorize muscles is according to their origin. So if we rewind again, lateral to the somite, there's an area called the lateral somitic frontier that separates the somites from the parietal according to their origin. So if we rewind again, lateral to the somite, there's an area called the lateral somitic frontier that separates the somites from the parietal mesoderm flanking them. Kind of like a border between two countries, this line splits embryonic mesoderm into two distinct territories, the primaxial domain and the abaxial domain. The primaxial domain originates from somites around the neural tube, so it's mainly composed of paraxial mesoderm. Primaxial mesoderm cells receive signals from the neural tube and the notochord, and differentiate into back, shoulder, and intercostal muscles. The abaxial domain originates from the parietal mesoderm, as well as migrating somite cells that cross over the lateral somitic frontier. Abaxial mesoderm cells receive signals from the parietal mesoderm and differentiate into abdominal wall muscles, limb muscles, and one muscle in the neck, the infrahyoid muscle. Finally, the last little guy we didn't mention here is the syndotome, which arises between the sclerotome and the myotome. And the syndotome gives rise to the tendons, which are flexible into long spindles of muscle tissue called myofibrils. The individual structurally related to skeletal muscle and primitive heart, and differentiate into cells, whereas smooth muscle cells that line the arteries derive from visceral mesoderm cells, as well as neural crest cells. Some smooth muscle cells, like the ciliary muscles that allow the pupils to expand and contract, and the smooth muscles of the mammary and sweat glands, derive from the ectoderm for pupillary muscles. As she charges it into the battlefield with a giant breastplate for mammary glands. Alright, as a quick recap. During development, mesoderm cells differentiate into the majority of the body's muscular tissues, forming the skeletal and cardiac muscle, and most of the smooth muscle.
Alright, so we'll keep it bonkers. Just a skeletal smoothing. Axial mesoderm. Cardiac muscle. Skeletal muscle derives from the paraxial mesoderm, differentiates into somites, mesoderms in the head. After segmentation, each somite undergoes sclerotome. Bone forming component. Two distinct muscle forms: dorsomedial and lateral. Okay, so the skeletal muscle arises from the paraxial mesoderm, forms somites and somatomeres. Somites undergo epithelialization, and the ventral part is mesenchymal again and forms the sclerotome. The dorsal part makes the dermatome. Ventral lateral lip and medial lip, and dorsal medial lip form the myotome. Myotomes migrate under the sclera. Some cells from the ventrolateral region. Cells from the ventrolateral frontier. Vital layer of the lateral frontier. They form muscles of the limbs, abdominal wall, head region. Limbs, abdominal walls, infrahyoid region. The dorsomedial lip cells on the front remain close to the neural tube. Back, girdle, and intercostal region. Lysosomatic frontier actually divides the maxillary domain, and the neural tube contains only somite cell, abaxial component, lateral plate mesoderm, plus somite cell, plus frontier. Paraxillary precursors receive from the neural tube and notochord. The by these differences, each myotome remains segmental space. Infrahyoid abdominal. Okay, so the skeletal muscle they're derived from paraxial mesoderm. Paraxial mesoderm, which forms somites. Turns into somites and somatic which from the head region. There's these soma undergo epithelialization, and the ventral part doesn't come again, forming the sclerotome. The dorsal part becomes the dermatome, and the ventrolateral lip and dorsomedial lip from the myotones. Now, what happens is that the ventrolateral lip, myotomes from the ventrolateral lip, they migrate across the lateral somatic frontier, form the muscles of the abdominal region of the limbs, and the myotomes of the dorsomedial lip, they stay close to the, and they form the muscles of the back, the shoulder girdle, and infrahyoid. The lateral somatic frontier divides the mesoderm into two layers: a primaxial domain and an avaxial domain. The parietal layer of the lateral plate. Parietal layer of the lateral plate. Dorsal primary spinal nerves. Ventral primary. During differentiation. Unless tendons for the attachment muscle. All are derived from sclerotum cells lying adjacent to myotonia. Their axis regulates development of tendons. Patterns of muscle formation are controlled by connective tissue, which patterns of muscle formation are connective tissue, to which myoplasm. That is the neural vessel. Somatic mesoderm. Somatic mesoderm. And in the body, in the wall, the metal layer. Head musculature, all voluntary muscles derived from paraxial mesoderm. Except the iron. Seven people development of the concept was lombards. Some comments derived from Charles. What is bro doing? Cardiac muscle develops from the visceral mesoderm. Later disc. Able to develop muscle, but myoblasts do not fuse. This version of muscle, the myofibers. Smooth muscle from the visceral axis. Lateral plate mesoderm. Lateral plate mesoderm and neural cluster. Coronary arteries. Nice long. 1 per 20,000 individuals and is characterized. Well as minor. Colon sequence.
So wait, talk us through that. Exactly.
Oh, station. It's kind of sensation.
Hop us to the bathroom. Eyebrows are raised when you side you walk us through the.
Mr. Krupp, how long did vitamins and minerals and proteins take? How was it? Fibrous and globular, yeah. I finished all of biochem except phospholipid in 4 hours. I'm gonna do phospholipid when I'm done with the embryo. I'm done with almost 3 chapters of embryo. I'm just doing the clinicals left. I've got 2 chapters of embryo left. Might be able to finish biochem? Or what? Or like the whole syllabus? And I'm including also the first 2 chapters of biochem. So literally every chapter except the phospholipid one I didn't do. Oh, I did the amino acids and maple syrup as well. Oh, bro, you gotta do this. That one, it took me literally 15 minutes. Do that shit. Oh, fair enough. Phospholipids. I remember doing it before, so I'm just gonna have a look at it. If I remember it, fine. If I don't remember it, screw it. I'm just gonna have to sleep by 12. I might even do histo at this point if I have time left. I just do like the Haversian canals and the osteons and all that shit. Basic histo over the top. You have plenty of time. Yeah, I've got a ton of time. I wanna, you know, like for the first time in my life, have good sleep before the exam. You know, if I sleep at 12 and I wake up at 6, imagine that like wonderful feeling. 6 hours of sleep. Oh my days, man. I'm excited just thinking about it. I'm genuinely excited just thinking about it. But I could also just prolong my studying. Like I could start studying courses and shit. like nerve courses, artery courses, vein courses, and all. I did leave some stuff. I left muscles of the foot. I left it. It's low key easy, but I just don't want to get into it, man. Fuck it. I left the muscles of the foot. I might even do it. I don't know. Muscles of the foot and phospholipids and histo. That's pretty much it. I'm about to finish embryo. Thank you, thank you. All happened because I did gross yesterday. Thank God. I even did the lungs and shit. Spoon belly syndrome, partial absence of abdominal wall. Won't sleep, but I'm seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah. You've got time, bro. I believe in you. You've always got these insane clutches. Cause you did physio. Did you do physio? Did you finish physio or no? And how was your anatomy of third block? Physio. Oh, okay. You're chilling, brother. What you worried about? I mean, you're not gonna sleep. I'm not saying you're gonna sleep. But you're not gonna sleep. But you can finish it. You've got enough time. Easily enough time. You just won't sleep. Zero sleep. Third block anal. What? Oh, anatomy. Except lungs, whatever. That's why I got fucked up in theory. Yeah. Lungs isn't too bad, bro. Lungs isn't too bad. I could explain it to you, but if you want later on, but you're doing biochem, just do it. Alright, that's good. That's good. Just remember the iliotibial tract insertion this time. It's somewhere in the tibia. I don't even know it myself. Just from the name, goes from the ilium to the tibia or some shit laterally. Inshallah, inshallah. I'm gonna go. Good luck. Thank you. Good luck to you too. I'm gonna see you tomorrow with red eyes. I hope not. Partial spoon belly syndrome, partial can be abdominal wall musculature, so that's probably mistake in the ventral lateral lip. Thin wrinkled abdomen, offensive urinary tract malformation. Sure. Muscular dystrophies, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, Becker. Done this before in physio. Moving on to the next chapter, limbs. Nice. Do it, do it. Got the limbs, we've got the limbs, we've got the limbs, we've got the limbs. How many pages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I'm gonna count that as 6. All the things. I'm gonna count that as 6. Not bad. I should be done by 10, inshallah. I hope so. I start. The end of the 4th week of development. 4th week was also for the back. I remember that 4th week. The limb buds appear. A small outfocusing of the lateral body wall. Formation. Lateral body wall. Limb buds appear in 4th week. Limb buds appear lateral body wall. Give rise to the upper forelimb and hind limb. The forelimb buds appear first, approximately 1 to 2 days before the hind limb buds appear. Each of them has a core of mesenchyme derived from the parietal layer of the lateral plate mesoderm, yes, which will form the bones, tendons, and connective tissue. Bones, tendon, and connective tissue of the limb. The mesenchymal core is covered by a layer of ectoderm. The distal tip ectoderm thickens to form the apical ectodermal ridge, a critical signaling center that regulates limb outgrowth by inducing mesenchyme to remain in a proliferated, undifferentiated state. Using called the problem undifferentiated zone. As the limb elongates, cells farther from the apical ectodermal ridge lose its influence and begin to differentiate into cartilage and muscle, establishing the proximodistal gradient of development. Stylopod, zoopod, autopod. Okay. Fourth week of development. We've got appearance of limb buds in the lateral body wall, and we've got the forelimbs and the hind limb buds. Forelimb buds appear first, 2 days before, a day or two before the hind limb buds. And each of the buds, they contain a core of mesenchyme, which forms the bone's connective tissue. And is surrounded by an ectoderm, which is thickened at the distal part region to form the apical ectodermal ridge. Now, this apical ectodermal ridge, it causes cells near it to remain in a proliferated, undifferentiated state called the differentiated zone. And the cells, as the elongate farther, they become cartilage and muscle. Limbra in 3 segments: stylopod, zoopod, autopod. Stylopod is the single proximal bone. The zoopod, radius of the tibiofibula. Autopod is still in carpals, tarsals, metacarpals, metatarsals, digits. Okay. Beautiful. What a beautiful thing. A beauty. Was just this paragraph. That was 4th week. Right? 4th week, I have limb buds. 6th week of development, the terminal ends of the limb buds flatten to form the hand and foot plates. Takes 2 weeks for this. Hand and foot plates. There's that there. Hand and foot plates. A circle constriction appears, separating each plate from circular constriction appears, separating each plate from proximal segment. Cell death apoptosis occurs in a specific area of the apical ridge. Occurs into 5 distinct segments. Is it underlying mesenchyme to condense into cartilage? 8th week. Dactyly. Okay. So in the 4th week, we have the development outgrowth of the limb buds. We have forelimb, the lateral body wall. We have the forelimb bud and the hind limb bud. Forelimb bud forms a day or two before the hind limb bud. So these limb buds, each of the limb buds, they contain a mesenchymal core, which forms the connective tissue, the bone, and the cartilage, and has an outer ectoderm layer, which is thickened distally to form the apical ectodermal ridge. This apical ectodermal ridge, it causes a cell near it to stay in a proliferative and undifferentiated state, which causes outgrowth of the limb. And now, as the limb is growing outwards, the cell which are away from it now, they begin to they stop proliferate. They begin to differentiate into whatever bone, muscle, whatever bullshit, bro. I don't give a shit. Anyways, differentiate. And then by the 6th week, you have the formation of the hand and foot plates. And then there's an initial circular constriction which appears, which divides it to the proximal segment, and a secondary constriction, which divides the proximal segment into two halves, forming, the arm and forearm. Arm and forearm. And then the 6th week as well. In the hand and foot region, there's what is it? Apoptosis, specialized area of the epidermal ridge, the digits. And this finishes by the 8th week. The fingers and toes about the 8th week. During the 7th week, the limbs rotate in all. Upper limb rotates laterally, the extensors to the posterior compartment. Lower limb rotates medially to the extensors lie anterior compartment. Toes medial, the opposite. The limbs go in opposite directions. 7th week, the limbs rotate in opposite directions. Upper limb rotates laterally, lower limb rotates medially. Chondrogenesis and bone formation. Limb shape becomes defined. As limb shape becomes defined, mesenchymal cells, they condense within each bud and differentiate into chondrocytes form in the cartilage model of the Endochondral ossification, splitting the paramount. Ventral lateral cells. Limb defects and syndromes. Let's do this. Healthy development. Million. Okay. Major limb defects. Got amelia, meromelia, micromelia. Focomelia is a type of meromelia. Amelia, complete absence of one or more limbs. Meromelia, a partial absence of a limb. Micromelia, all limbs short. These proliferate mesodyne. Okay. Meromelia, partial absence of a limb. Focomelia is a specific type of meromelia where hands or feet are attached close to the trunk with missing long bones. Oh, okay. Failure of apical ectodermal ridge. Week 4, limb buds. Week 6, grow. Apical ectodermal ridge begins to, start excavating. Week 8, reform. Week 7 is splitting. Okay. Oh my goodness. We've got amelia, amelia, meromelia, and micromelia. Amelia is complete absence of a limb. Meromelia is partial absence. Micromelia is the limbs are present, but they're just very short. So meromelia also has another type called subtype called focomelia, form of meromelia, in which we have hands and they're directly connected to the tongue. So there's like no arm and shit. Then we have digital abnormalities. We have syndactyly. Amelia. Syndactyly, polydactyly, brachydactyly, and ectrodactyly. What is that? Oh, there's so many. Oh my goodness. So many. Syndactyly, polydactyly. Syndactyly is just the fusion of the digits because of there was lack of apoptosis. Okay, and then polydactyly, apical ectodermal ridge went haywire, went crazy, went out of control, and just formed an extra limb. You know what I'm saying? Extra digit. Abnormally short digits due to underdevelopment of metacarpal. Brachydactyly. Ectrodactyly is cleft hand or foot. Absence of the central digits. Brachydactyly short digits. Is this in a grown man? I got brachydactyly. B is syndactyly fused digits. D is polydactyly. D is cleft foot. Any of these? Oh my goodness. Ectrodactyly, cleft hand. Absence of the central digit producing a deep cleft between. Amelia, micromelia, miramelia, micromelia, brachydactyly, ectrodactyly. What genetic syndromes involving limb? Osteogenesis. We can see osteogenesis. One college. Proelastin, fibrillin, desmosomes. Sclera. All one egg syndrome. All armed limbs. Trans dislocation. Aortic aneurysm. Within all limbs, dislocation, joint hypermobility. R3 group, congenital joint contracture defect, joint, muscular defect. Fibrous band from amnion. Fissure rings or amputation. What is the developmental time to do limb structure? The distal lip of the limb bud induces rattler. Releases the version of fingers into new development. Upper limb rotates. Greater apoptosis. Fishing with fused carbon. Fused carbon alternatives in a Udamide, Morphine. Wooden hand plates. One. Limb bud and long bud. 4 vehicles. Fourth week, respiratory diverticulum, lung bud, appears on the ventral wall of the foregut. The initiation of this outgrowth, retinoic acid, which is produced by the splanchnic mesoderm, will obligate transmission of TBX4. Retinoic acid, vitamin A. Oh my goodness. Fourth week, we've respiratory in the ventral wall of the foregut. Retinoic acid, the splanchnic mesoderm, the epithelial, the endoderm. Cartilage, the smooth muscle, the connective tissue. That's from this. Epithelium. The epithelium lining is endoderm. Rest is the slab. Okay. Initially, the lung bud is in open communication. Maintains open with the foregut as it goes caudally. But as it grows caudally, two brachioesophageal ridges longitudinally. Septum. Brachioesophageal septum.
Two tracheoesophageal ridges.
Alexa, stop. What a beautiful day to be learning embryology. Anyways. Acid. Before as it grows caudally, two atracheoesophageal ridges form longitudinally to fuse to brachioesophageal septum. Foregut into the ventral portion, trachea, and the lung bud, and then the dorsal esophagus. Tracheobronch. Formation of tracheoesophageal ridges. Fuse trachea with the septum. Laryngeal orifice. Okay. That is low-key easy, bro. That is low-key easy. I'm gonna walk around. I think the fourth. Okay. But it still maintains with. Okay. La, la, la. Every night I see you. Oh. Na. Yeah. Partitioning of the esophagus and trachea by the tracheoesophagus result in esophageal atresia. Esophageal atresia with or without trachea. What does tracheoesophageal fistula? Of the esophagus ending in a blind pouch, and the lower segment forming fistula with the trachea. And so there's one where there's the lower part binds, one where the upper part binds. One where the upper part binds, the upper part is blinded, the lower is separated, lower is binded. One where both of them are blinded. One is the H type where both of them are binded. One where top one is binded. One where both of them are binded but like separately. Factorial. Factorial is vertebral, anal, cardiac defects, tracheoesophageal fistula, esophageal atresia, renal failure, and limb defects. Factorial, vertebral defects, anal defects, E for cardiac defects, E for tracheoesophageal fistula, E for esophageal atresia, R for renal failure, and L for limb defects. Other cardiac and third. Complication of some TEFs is polyhydramnios because in some types of TEF, amniotic fluid, when swallowed, does not pass to the stomach and intestines. Yeah. Larynx. Trying to resemble endodermal and mesenchymal. Fourth and sixth pharyngeal arches. The internal lining of the larynx originates from endoderm.
The cartilages and muscle originate from mesenchyme
Of the fourth and sixth pharyngeal arches. The larynx originates from the endoderm. Well, rapid proliferation of this mesenchyme. The laryngeal orifice. Laryngeal orifice. Begins to form a sagittal slit to a T-shaped opening. T-shaped opening. Mesenchyme of the forms into the thyroid. Thyroid, cricoid, and artery. Thanks. Formed the building in temporal occlusion of the lumen. Of lateral recesses. Localization and recanalization of the laryngeal ventricles. These recesses are bounded by biggest nerve. More than 6 feet. Laryngeal olive. Income prolific. U-shaped open. Differentiate into thyroid. Lose the lumen, later decatalyzed. Laryngeal ventricle. After the respiratory effort separates from the foregut via tracheoesophageal septum, it elongates from the trachea. After this, okay, from the elongates to form the trachea, while the primary bronchial buds appear at its caudal end. By the 5th week, these bronchial buds enlarge. Right bronchial blood divides into 3 secondary bronchi, filled with the right lung. These continue in dichotomous fashion. tertiary segment of 10 the right lung, 8 on the left. Each tertiary bronchus will give rise to bronchopulmonary segment. Functionally independent unit of the lung. Lung and caudally and pericardial canal. Expanding mesoderm becomes pleura.
Le problème, c'est que
Attic mesoderm.
même si tu me disais j'adore, je te croirais pas. Julien, je sais plus quand tu joues et quand tu joues pas. Je suis perdue. Attends, non, j'ai pas fini. Dis-moi que tu m'aimes.
Attic mesoderm.
Dis-moi juste que tu m'aimes parce que moi je voudrais jamais te le dire la première, j'aurais trop peur que tu crois que c'est un jeu. Sauve-moi. Je t'en prie.
Breath trickle. Development. Shaped. Maturation of the lung. Maturation. Oh my goodness. Continuous developmental process that begins early in fetal life and continues well after birth, both morphologically and functionally. The process ensures progressive. Month, the terminal bronchioles. By the end of the 6th, 7th month, terminal bronchioles have branched into respiratory bronchioles. Alveolar epithelial pattern. Type 1 pneumocytes only the airway barrier. Type 2 alveolar epithelial surfaction of uses suspension. Before birth, the fetal ones are filled with fluid, can hide mucus, surfactant. Number of terminal sacs and the amount of surfactant increase rapidly at around 34 weeks, partly in fluid. Where they activate macrophages that migrate to the uterus, release anything is that? For pseudoglandular stage, canalicular period, terminal sac period, alveolar period. Pseudoglandular, canalicular, terminal sac, pseudoglandular, canalicular, terminal sac, and alveolar. Pseudoglandular 5 to 16 weeks, canalicular 16 to 26 weeks. Terminal sac is 26 weeks to birth. Alveolar period 8 months childhood. So in the pseudoglandular period, branching has continued to form terminal bronchioles. No respiratory bronchioles or alveoli are present yet. Pseudoglandular. Pseudoglandular. I don't know why it says pseudoglandular. We have respiratory bronchioles, but we don't have alveoli. I guess why. 5 to 16 weeks. Canalicular period. Each terminal bronchiole divides into 2 or more respiratory bronchioles. So it's just terminal bronchiole. Divides into 2 or more respiratory bronchioles, which in turn divide into 3 to 6 alveolar ducts. Canalicular period. Terminal sac period. Terminal sacs, primitive alveoli, form. primitive alveoli form. Terminal sac type 1 type. Here's alveolar maturation. Mature alveoli increase in number. Alveolar maturation. We have 4 stages of lung maturation. We have the pseudoglandular stage, which lasts from the 5th to the 16th week. In this, we have the branching up until the terminal bronchioles. No respiratory bronchioles have been formed yet. No gas exchange is possible. Then we have the canalicular stage, which is from the 16th to the 26th week. And in this stage, we have the formation of respiratory bronchioles, to which respiratory ducts are present. And then we have the terminal sag period, which is from 26 weeks till birth. What happens there is we have the formation of primitive alveoli, and we have type 1 type 2 breathing surfactant. Okay, and then we have alveolar, just alveolar increase in number. RDS, hyaline membrane disease. Type 2, high alveolar surface tension without surfactant out. Type 2. The lungs should partially collapse on membranes. Lung agenesis, total absence of one or both lungs, failure of bronchial blood formation. If bilateral agenesis, out of life. Accessory ectopic lungs, lobes, lobules, may arise from artery buds to the gut. Lung abnormal apical posterior, and we have the medial and which bronchial pulmonary segments are fused in left lung. Apical posterior and anterior medial basal. Well done. So initially, in the 4th week, we have the appearance of the respiratory diverticulum in the ventral wall of the foregut, and this is by retinoic acid, which is released by splanchnic mesoderm. Anywho, this respiratory diverticulum as it grows, initially it maintains connection with the foregut, but as it grows, we have the formation of the 2 longitudinal tracheoesophageal ridges, which then fuse to form the tracheoesophageal septum, dividing the foregut into a ventral and dorsal portions. Ventral is the trachea, dorsal is the esophagus. And we can have errors here, can cause tracheoesophageal fistula or esophageal atresia. which is associated with disease called such as vertebral defects, anal defects, cardiac defects, tracheoesophageal fistula, and esophageal atresia, renal failure, and limb defects. After that, fourth week, during the 5th week, the lung buds, as they continue to grow caudally, they go through the pericardio-peritoneal canals. Over here, as they grow, they cause movement of the vessel formed by the flanking mesoderm, hepatic mesoderm, parietal pleura, pleural cavity space in between them. Okay. Between them.